Okay, you are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021 at around 11 p.m. My name is Jesse Reichler. Today we are doing something that I'm quite excited about. We are playing Fire in Adlerstein, which is a detective mystery game. Feels a little bit more like closer to the subscription box escape room type things where you get lots of ancillary material, and it's not a book of paragraphs and a map. It's much more freeform. Before we get started, I tell you a little story. Let's check in with the audience and see if everyone can hear me and see okay. I see Jonathan Warner, my compatriot for the Dune playthroughs, is back for more. Is anyone else here? And or can, if there's anyone in the channel, you can let me know. You can hear okay. It's always useful to see what the YouTube delay is. Jonathan says the audio is good. Okay, so we're set. We're ready to begin. Okay, let's talk about this game for a little bit. Fire in Adlerstein. I am excited to open this up and show it to you if you haven't seen any unboxing, because it's quite interesting. But before I show you what's in this box, let's go over the ground rules here. This is a game that's built on a story and a mystery. You can only play it and enjoy it once. So this will be full of spoilers. It'll probably go on for 4 hours, 5 hours. So don't watch this video if you think you might play this game. You can come back and watch it afterwards. It'll still be on YouTube. Okay, what else do you need to know about Fire in Adlerstein? I've heard good things about it. It was released in 2018. It was originally a German game, released only in German. And they made, as I understand it, 4 cases. Maybe they made 4 cases. Okay. In one of my previous live streams, I was talking about how the other cases aren't available in English. And someone in the channel comments corrected me and told me that they were available in English. And I picked up the 2 other cases, which I'm going to show you right now. They were licensed and released by a U.S. company, it looked like. So we've got Death in Antarctica and Underwood Cellars. But if you'll look closely, you see how this one says detective stories? Same here, detective stories. This one doesn't. This is not actually part of this series. This is not made by the same company. The licensor, Murder Mystery Party, or however that worked, just put these under the same heading, and they look the same. They're reboxings, but only this one is actually a case from these people, adventure detective stories. Okay, so this one we have no idea what this is, no idea the quality or the pedigree of that one. Okay, here are the two that are available easily in America. This is called Antarctic Finale or something in the German version. Now, I did go to the Adventure website, and they've got two more cases. One is called Still Something, S-T-I-L-L something, and they did release an English version of it called maybe Still Lake. But I can't find it. I can't find it locally in America. It's sold on the UK Amazon, and you can get it shipped for about $20. So it's like a $20 or $30 game and $20. So for $50, you could get it shipped to you in the US, which I will do if this game is good. I don't know why the Antarctic one was natively re-released in America and the other one wasn't. I did notice that on the website, the other one, Still Lake, is rated as expert level, whereas these are all standard. Maybe that has something to do with it. And then there was one more case that looked like it was sort of a beginner case, an introductory case. So maybe we'll skip that one. Not that I've done all that well with all of these, but that's less appealing. Anyway, okay, so there's the pedigree of Fire and Adlerstein. Got put into different boxes, released in different ways, but originally a German game. And it requires that you have an internet connection, which is why I have my laptop more prominently in front of me for this video so we can go to the laptop. Okay, so let's put away the Antarctic one. We don't need that for today, although if this is good, maybe we will return to that. All right, what else do we have to talk about before we open this box up and look at it? So I'll spend a little, I'll pay a little bit of attention to the YouTube channel comments, but I may not be focused on it all the time. You guys, if there's ever more than one of you, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. And I'm going to try, it's hard when I do these streams, I do feel a little bit of pressure not to just sit here in silence. And it's a little hard to not be able to take a break and take a walk and think about a case and talk about it with a partner or whatever. So I'm going to take my time. One of these days, I'm going to play one of these, get to the end and say, I need to come back to it tomorrow. So this has a caveat that there's always a slim possibility that we'll get to the end of this case and I'll put off trying to solve it. As I understand, there's no time limit in these games. You just play it until you're ready to solve it. But there are some unique elements of this game. Okay, we're still not ready to open it up yet. At the end of the video, assuming we do try to solve it, and I'll take any help I can get from the comments, unless you guys know the solution, like no cheating. But then we'll stick around and we'll just talk. We'll talk about the game, how it compares to some other games, what we thought of it, what I thought of it. And then if anyone has any other Q&A at like 6 a.m., I'm happy to sit here and we can just talk about whatever. Now, I do want to tell you a little story, what inspired me to finally get this out and play it this morning, which is I ordered these cups. You can see it's a little like espresso cup for co-op for two, with a little logo on there. I'm drinking some espresso out of it. You've heard me talk about my adventures in espresso the last couple months. My old friend from graduate school, Harlan Harris, was part of a group called ANN-CBT, Artificial Neural Networks and Computational Brain Theory. We were both in this group. And he told me that it was well known that all groups proceed in a trajectory that culminates in getting merchandise for the group, like shirts or hats or whatever. And at that point, it's all straight downhill. So you are now witnessing the pinnacle of Co-op for Two, and it's all bad from here. Once the cup arrived, it's all downhill. Okay, so I got the email that these cups have arrived. So I go downstairs. I'm with my wife. We're going for a walk, but we're going to go pick up the cups on the way out. And I see in the vestibule of the building, I live in a beautiful tall brick building. I see in the vestibule where packages are commonly left, just the back of this guy with a full hoodie up over his head and a backpack in the vestibule that I don't recognize from the building. And since I'm the president of the condo, I know everyone in every unit. So anyway, I see this person I don't recognize leaving. I look around, no packages, no cups. So I think, wow, has this person just seen the delivery, thrown the boxes in his backpack, and is leaving? So I think, okay, we're going to follow this person and see where they go in case we have to recover these cups. But the bad news was that when I went and checked the mailbox, the postman had put it in the parcel locker. So it was kind of a letdown that there was no mystery to be solved. There was no following. We weren't going to get to follow this person. I mean, I guess we could have followed them anyway, but it was kind of a letdown. So here we are. We're going to be detectives today in a game instead. All right, what else do we have to talk about before we get started? If you're here in the first 5 minutes, you may have noticed, you may have heard different music in the intro. And that's because the music I've been using is this piratey music that I like. And every couple days, every week or so, it's this licensed music. It's part of I can't remember, Motion Array, that I go and I license some music and some audio and video stuff. And you pay for it to license it, but everything is run by bots now. And so these bots on the internet detect the music on a YouTube video and automatically file a copyright claim. So every couple of weeks, a handful of random videos on YouTube pop up with this copyright claim. And I have to go in there and say the same thing every time. I say, this is where it's from, it's licensed. And YouTube's like, thank you. And then a couple days later, the claim is withdrawn. And then a week later, it happens again. And it's just you're being destroyed. It's like the death by 1,000 nicks. It's just annoying. So I've fallen back to using music that Zach's cousin, Zachary Brown, my old friend who's in Paris, France, did this little techno music that I quite liked. And when we were thinking about the intro for the channel, I was considering using it. It's kind of science fiction-y. But anyway, that's what you heard in the 5-minute warning time. Okay, I think we're ready to open this box up and take a look at it. All right. Now, I buy some games used, and when I opened this box, I was like, I'll show you. I was like, wait a minute. Did I buy this used? Is this already marked up? Because what you'll see, here are the rules. We'll look at that in a second. But let me just show you how cool this box and game is. Like, we're used to Sherlock Holmes, right? Having these newspapers. But look at this. There's like a little crumpled up written on piece of paper. Okay. A little notebook with writing in it. This is some piece of evidence that we found. It looks like we just found, this looks like a half-written thing. All right, let me show you more. Okay, here's the newspaper. Now, it's printed on like newspaper stock, full color images with like you think someone's worked on it. Like these are the case notes of someone, but like someone has written their notes on it. That's part of this mystery. We're solving this, but we've got our hands on someone else's documents. Look at this. This is a note from a kid. All right, let's look at these files here. Wait, look at this. It's a matchbook, but in a little piece of evidence container. Look at this. It's like a receipt for a drug purchase, signed, colored ink signed. Look at this. There's a letter from Spain, Alemania, Adlerstein, sealed. We have to break it, the seal and open it. We've got some photographs here on this glossy photograph stock. All right, let's open this up. All right, okay. Let's read this so we know, so we see. I don't know if you can read this here. It says, I guess I can read it. I can put it here so you can see it. Hello, stranger. My name is Carl Notebeck. The police are charging me with a crime I did not commit. Somebody's trying to frame me, even though I was just doing my job. I just saw the fire and took a few pictures of it. I earn my living like any other journalist, but when I took the pictures, I did not know that someone was inside the house. The owner of the house was killed in the fire. It looked like an accident, but my curiosity got the best of me. I decided to follow up in order to find out who might have wanted Joseph dead. It turned out that quite a few people were possible suspects. Unfortunately, I cannot write about it anymore. While I was searching for evidence, the police concluded that I had set the house on fire. My constant interrogations annoyed the policemen, and they decided to get me out of the way. I'll give you all the evidence that I managed to collect so far. I pray to God that all of the materials related to this case will fall into the right hands, and I hope you can find the offender. Remember, it was definitely not me. Good luck, yours, Carl Notebeck. So that's what we're looking at. Everything we've gotten in this box are the documents from Carl to exonerate him. So look, I guess this is just for us to keep notes. Okay, fine. But then look at all these extra documents here. Look, fan club membership fees. Okay, can you see that? I mean, I guess this is going to be relevant to us in some way. Injection protocol. But look at this. I mean, like, you look at this and you're like, it's like signed. It's just the quality of these little documents that are in this thing. Quality of documents in this collection are just outstanding. It looks like you're looking at real written up police reports. This is a fire report. Take a look at that in a second. More lab. It looks like there's clearly some medical stuff related to this case. We got an airplane ticket receipt. I mean, we'll look at all these things in more detail. I just want to give you some idea of the kinds of documents that we're going to get to go through. Here's just a copy of a legal complaint, another canceled airplane ticket, a map with some writing on it, another legal complaint, car database, more written notes, like this is someone's found this log that they're giving us a copy of. Some security camera footage of someone filling up a car with a license plate with dates and times. More letters, a little piece of evidence, some drawing from some kid. What is this? Looks like a crime scene report. Phone log. Look at this. Some phone logs with some redacted phone logs. Oh, text message. Text message phone logs that we're going to go through. Okay, more complaints. Court filing. Another security camera. Screenshot. Someone getting into a hotel room. I mean, how real? Like we talked about when we played Vienna Connection, how satisfying it was to have these documents. It was in Vienna Connection. There's a whole huge pile of 100 sheets of documents, but they were all. It was very cool and very satisfying to look through it like you're a detective, but they're all just black and white printed on this same paper. This just feels so real. So like I'm very excited to dig into this. Now, in the box, it's separated these criminal files from these files. I'm not sure if that was intentional or if they may have come out. And notice that, unlike Vienna Connection, where you're playing the game and then it's unlocking certain pages and saying, go pick up this page, this game looks like it's just, here's everything, now go through it. So let's read the one tiny sheet of instructions that the game comes with. It says, Dear detectives, we're glad that you have decided to play our game. What you're holding in your hands is not just a game, but a simulation of a real-world scenario. You are not limited to the content of this box, but you can use any object from real world around you that you think might help you pin down the criminal, e.g. a mobile phone, internet research, etc. If you need more information about one of the game characters during your investigation, check both the provided game materials as well as anything else you find appropriate beyond the box content, which is kind of crazy. Somewhere it tells you need a Facebook account, I believe. Okay, let's continue reading. Please remember that you are the one to choose who exactly is going to be convicted in the case. Make your decision carefully. Consider the possible motives of the alleged suspects. Check all reference points, clues, and alibis. Handle the contents of the box with care. Damaged circumstantial evidence is not applicable in court and can nullify the demand of prosecution. Tip, use the table suspects, motive, proofs, alibi. That's that sheet that was in there to help us keep track of stuff. Once you know exactly who committed the crime, enter his or her name here on this website. Oh, sorry, I didn't switch back to it for you. Okay, so when we're ready to solve the case, we will go to this website and put in our answer and it will tell it. If at some point you do not know how to proceed, use hints here. Wish you the best of luck and success in trying to catch the criminal. And that's it. On the back is the list of game materials. Okay, so here's what it says. We've got criminal case, 23 pages. That's what's in here. 2 pieces of evidence in bag, a newspaper, 4 photos, medical prescription, notebook, letter in an envelope, right? Page from a child's diary. That was here. Okay, so that looks like we have everything. And I really thought when I opened this box up, after it had been sitting on the shelf, I really thought, have I bought a used game? Because the writing, that little annotations looked so real. Okay, so it's like, that's it. We have access to everything. We can look at it in any order we want. And we're going to try to find out the real criminal. I assume it's not this guy. But I guess we should keep an open mind that it actually could be him. Carl Notebeck. So where was the letter from Carl Notebeck? Let's not lose anything. It was in the criminal files. Okay, I've got my notebook, my pen and paper, my glasses. Okay, so what's the setup here? He says he was doing his job. Saw the fire, took a few pictures. He earns his living like any other journalist who's taken some pictures. Someone was killed in the house. The owner of the house was killed in the fire. Looked like an accident. His curiosity got the best of him. He decided to follow up in order to find out who might have wanted the house owner dead, Joseph. Quite a few people were possible suspects. Police concluded that I had set the house on fire. The Police decide to get him out of the way. I don't know what that means. Does that mean he's locked up or he's on the run? It was definitely not me. That's a little weird thing to say. Carl Notebeck. Okay, so that's our main guy. Let's keep a note. I'm going to keep a little, following off our Dune playthrough, I'm going to keep a note for each person. Although I guess we could use this. Now, this is sort of important to say. I tend to talk of these games as one-time, non-replayable. But I think we need to start distinguishing games that you destroy components and markup components and games you don't. This game, aside from this sheet, which you could print out another copy of, seems to be, you're only going to play it once for the story, but you could hand it off to someone else. So I'm going to use cards for this. So this is going to be Carl Notebeck. So I'm not going to use this. We'll just write this information on cards as we get it. So when we meet a new person, we're going to write them down here. Adlerstein is a region. We've got a date here when this file, let's just write down his file, his police file is 5/31/2017, May 31st, 2017. That's his case file. Do we know the date of this fire? Let's see if we can find. It's sort of overwhelming to have so much information, but let's, I don't know, does someone have a preference how we should go through these? I mean, we've got the files and we've got this extra information. Photographs, he said he was going to take photographs of people. Look at this little clip art photo. Stock photo. Who is this supposed to be a picture of? No information. But it sure looks like stock photo, but maybe it's not. Someone looking through some... I see their stove, so they are at home. All right. It's sort of overwhelming to have all this information, to know where to start. But let's see what we've got here. All right, so we've got a newspaper, which is 31st of May. So this looks like everything may be starting on 31st of May. Let's see what we got here. So the front page of the Adlerstein News says Political and Cultural Digest Weekly, €2.50. Okay, up front, we have a tweet from Donald Trump. We have a massive trade deficit with Germany, plus they pay far less than they should on NATO and military. Very bad for US. This will change. President Trump just threatened Germany over trade. On Tuesday morning, President Trump wrote a tweet saying the United States has a massive trade deficit with Germany. This sounds like it could be real. Like this could be completely real. I don't know, though. Okay, what lies behind Trump's complaints about Germany's trade deficit? Here's what you need to know, page 4. Okay, then we've got a thing here about the NHS offers more health and wellness benefits for 2017. Medicare Advantage plans will be... Medicare Advantage? Does they have Medicare in Europe? They call it Medicaid Advantage is a very U.S. sounding thing. It's kind of weird to think that... All right, anyway, Medicare Advantage. Politics. Germany can't rely on the United States. German Chancellor Angela Merkel told a crowd Sunday in southern Germany that Europe can no longer rely on foreign partners. If I was doing this by myself off camera, I would read all this, but it seems like probably that's not going to be relevant for us. We'll come back and read it if we think it might be. Here's another international story, making the Middle East worse. There's this famous picture of the Saudi princes and Donald Trump touching that satanic-looking globe. I remember that from the newspapers. Uh, money. Digital cash can aid marital money management. You may be happy with your honey, but the happiest of couples can argue over money. Financial issues are one of the most cited causes of conflict in a marriage. Financial problems, including debt and disagreement about money management, are among the top issues in divorce as well. All right, let's see what it says. Anyone in the U.S., it's like, I wonder if they didn't just copy and paste articles. Well, this was Berlin. But some of these seem like they're U.S. stories. Like maybe there would be different stories in the German version. Okay, anyway, this is saying anyone in the U.S. can open an FDIC-insured MOVO card account that is easy to use and doesn't require gold-plated credit. Simple strategy for couples. Each partner can open a separate account. Funds can be transferred instantly between MOVO accounts. The MOVO card can be used anywhere Visa is accepted. Okay, and here's another article. Mobile payment app gives Apple Pay a run for its money. MOVO Cash. It's another story about MOVO, which I have never heard about, so that's why I'm reading it, because it seems like maybe that could be involved in our story. Someone could be using this special MOVO card payment system. Enter MOVO Cash, the brainchild of Eric Solis, which has created a payment platform that allows consumers to link their bank accounts to their MOVO Cash account. Or they're just, the writers of this game are just using this to pick their political fights. They're like, it always bugged me that companies like Apple would roll out a product that is so hard to use. You have to have a newer iPhone. You have to have a card that supports Apple Pay. But MOVO Cash is better. It fixes all that, says Eric Solis, founder of the company. Here's an article on Bitcoin. Let's see if it's got a little bit of opinion here. If you're wondering, Bitcoin was introduced as a technology when the creator, with the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto, released his white paper. This is a paper we're going to read through together, though I recommend you try reading it in its entirety. The idea that Bitcoin is decentralized comes from this statement. Our current methods of making transactions will require our money to go through the banks. This is where it started getting pretty technical. No worries, though. I'll try to simplify it the best I can. Bitcoin is not a physical coin. Its existence is defined as a chain of digital signatures. Bitcoin transaction is pretty unique since it can happen between two parties on opposite sides of the earth via the internet. The transaction can't be a physical exchange like we have in our current monetary systems, and it's decentralized, so we can't rely on a third party to manage the transaction as with PayPal. Bitcoin approaches this by doing a lot of math. All right. I've got an article about the farm economy remains robust, says new economic indicator. Solutions for seniors struggling in today's economy. Federal cuts to AARP. This is American Stories here. Updating workplace ergonomics. Someone sitting on a little ball there. These probably seem like they're not relevant. Okay, so maybe the circled ones that he sent us the relevant things. Okay, youth sports injuries. All right, he circled this one. Police detains 11 Adlerstein fans. Let's read this one then, since he circled it when he sent us this. Attack on police, riots, and firecrackers around the stadium during the cup match between Dortmund and Adlerstein. The soccer became a minor matter. Many visitors were injured. 11 violent Adler fans were arrested. Adlerstein's fans of the soccer club Adler rampaged and attacked the police at the stadium during the cup match against Borussia Dortmund 0-2 last night in Stuttgart. Is Adlerstein a real place? Whose notebook is it? It's our guy. It's Carl Notbeck. Jonathan asks whose notebook it is. It's our guy who was falsely accused. Okay, so 11 violent Adler fans have been arrested by the police on Tuesday evening. Hans Dustin, Axel Ludo, Elmar Rolf, Jasper K, Lenz F, Ears F, Walter S, Klaus S. So this may be an alibi for some people because I already recognized one of these names, right? Lenz F was one of the photo names there, Lenz Fischer. So, okay, so let's make a note in our notebook that newspaper article. Are there page numbers here? On police detain has people named arrested. So these people who have arrested may have alibis, and it's clear that a substantial part of this game is going, we're supposed to figure out who really did this, so we're going to have to alibi people. Okay, these people must serve a 15-day sentence. Many visitors, including 2 police officers, were injured. Even before the game, some of the more than 5,000 arriving Adler fans insulted and threatened the police. They were throwing glass bottles and stones at the officers and set off firecrackers. The police spokesman reported that the police had to use tear gas to subdue the crowd. In addition, the game started 15 minutes later. Due to the incident, the soccer team buses did not make it to the stadium on time. Game started 15 minutes later. Okay, something to keep in mind. During the game, the Adler fans did not calm down and continued attacking the security personnel. The referee, Hans-Werner Gellen, had to interrupt the game 3 times because the Adler fans were pointing with the laser beam toward the Dortmund player Lars Steinhauser and were setting off fireworks. After the game, many fans rampaged the stadium. Okay. We've got another big science article, the science of water, the first human embryo, culture center breathes life into historic school. Let's glance through this because it's local to Adlerstein, even though it's not circled. The Stuart Poor School in Adlerstein City was opened by the federal government in 1890. Tribal traditions. Offer a new beginning to the campus. The spring of 2019, new cultural center. Looking for names of anyone mentioned. It says Adlerstein Governor Brian Sandoval was instrumental in promoting the restoration and reinvention of the school. He made raising $4.5 million priority. Cultural center. Has to be a story that's told forever. Has to be a place where people can travel from all over the country and all over the world and truly understand what happened here. Okay, here's another article in the paper that this guy circled for us. On May 30th, thousands of Lightning Gun fans rushed into the Camp Nou Stadium where the performance of their favorite band was supposed to take place. However, the Spanish tour of the popular German rock band, is this a real band? Someone could tell me. I guess we're allowed to look it up. When, after giving a fantastic concert on May 29th at Palma de Mallorca, they could not fly back to the mainland. Due to a hurricane raging over the Mediterranean islands, all flights have been canceled. Rolf Ritter has apologized to his fans and said the tour across Europe will carry on as soon as the band can leave the island. According to the weather forecast, the situation should finally improve on June 1st. There's Rolf Ritter, frontman of Lightning Gun. We have no idea why this is circled, why this is relevant. Here's a little ad for the Australian Ballet. Look at this newspaper. It's got an email address, a hotline phone number you could call. All right, what have we got here? He wanted to have his photos published in all newspapers. What an act. Carl Notebeck snuck into the zoo last night, opened a cage with chimpanzees, and released the primates. He was planning to record a video directly from there, intending to sell it to different media channels later. The police detected the break-in and detained the perpetrator. That's our guy, Carl Notebeck. Carl Notebeck. He's a journalist, but it looks like he's not the most honest of journalists. He snuck into the zoo. He was releasing chimpanzees so he could take a video and sell it. So he's like creating news. So that may explain why the police thought he might have set that fire, like set the fire to cover it. All right, look at what he's written here. Carl has written us a note on this newspaper. Hey guys, I'm not holding anything back from you. You might have read this article in the newspaper. This was really me. I helped monkeys escape the zoo. I helped the monkeys escape the zoo working on a press report. But I have absolutely nothing to do with the arson and murder. Please believe me. Okay, well, there's our guy. We got a face to put to the name. Carl Nobeck. Let me give it to you guys so you guys can see it also. So there's Carl Nobeck. He wanted to have his photos published in all the newspapers. All right, so he's coming clean. He says, hey, you know, I did do it. I did set those chimpanzees free. But really, I did not do the murder. Okay. And what have we got here? Weather forecast. Severe weather. This is the second time we've heard a little bit about the severe weather. It's an article about an aquaponics solution. Looks a little weird, like it's filled with some typos. Fuel stabilizers, okay. Garden project spreads its roots in urban areas. It's not easy being green, especially when you share space with more than 3 million people. BP Gardens, a subsidiary of Green Grow Technologies, is taking local farming. James Haas. So we've got a bunch of names, but it looks like only 3 articles at face are related to our case. One where a bunch of people were arrested. Do we have a date here? So yes, look at this. I want to show you this. If you look at this, so this paper is May 31st, right? And it's talking about them being detained. But I do want you to note something. Can you see this photo caption? Photo by Heinz Busch, Stuttgart, 24 May. So it looks like this game, which we probably will get confirmation later on, was on May 24th. This is last night. Well, this says last night. That would be May 30th. Either way, they've been arrested, serve a 15-day sentence. So these people presumably were in jail at the time of our fire. We'll obviously won't take that for granted, but let's just keep that in mind. All right. Maybe we should start looking at these other... Before we dig into this, let's go through the information we have here and make cards for other people, even though we don't know what they are. Okay, so here's Lenz Fischer. What is the note here? It says, trust nobody and solves all problems himself. All right, so I'm going to make a card for him. Lenz Fischer. Okay. We have a photo of him. Carl, we have a photo in newspaper. Okay, now what's our other information about Lenz Fischer? I believe he's named here as one of the people arrested. Okay. L. Lenz F. So I'm going to say he was arrested earlier. I'll just put earlier since we don't know. That's the newspaper. Might be nice to make a list of these names on a sheet so we don't have to reopen this. But since this is the first article, I'm just going to fold our newspaper over to this article and keep it here. Okay, so that's Lenz Fischer. Who else do we have here? We've got this unknown person. All right, so let's make a card for him. it's kind of fun. We're sort of we're like 2 steps removed from this from this material. We're like looking at the case file. We're like cold case detectives. Okay, so this unknown person, so we've got a photo of them. I'm just going to put blue and white checkered shirt. We don't know why he's in here. What do we see from here? We see we've got a time, 4:30. We see he's got a little bracelet on. He's looking at some documents with a blue header, so that might be one of our criminal files here. And it looks like he's in a kitchen. I see a stove back here. But that's it. No information on the back. We have no idea who he is. Okay. Here's our next person. Very tattooed up. Let's make a thing for him. Ears Fisher. That sounds like a nickname, doesn't it? Ears, because he's got big ears. Okay, we're going to say we've got a photo card of him. Plenty of tattoos. No information. Is he mentioned in our newspaper? Ears F. Okay, so we're going to write down the same thing. Arrested earlier. So depending on the arrest date, we've got 2 conflicting things here. We've got a photo, which is 24 May, but then we've got this newspaper that says arrested Adlerstein fans rampaged last night in Stuttgart. The game started 15 minutes later. All right, so we'll be able to confirm that. I guess this might be an older stock photo. All right, what else? What have we got here? Why is this clock relevant? And is it the same clock here? Oh, it's a burned clock. Ah, look at that. So that's a burned clock, which means this is the guy who lives in the house, Joseph. I was going to say, like, it looks like the same clock, but it's all black, but that's burned. Okay. So now our unknown photo, we think this might be Joseph, the homeowner that got killed. Some paper clips might be useful for this. Okay, and so that's going to be his burned clock. What can we read what that says there on the left? Criminal Police Inspection, Adlerstein. Yeah, it's just a might be a nice thing when they take a photo. They use this known card for scale. Okay, so that was kind of fun. Jonathan Warner says, nice job spotting the clock. I do have an advantage over you guys in that I can actually see these things close up. All right, those are our photographs. We've got some new people. All right, let's go through this rest of this evidence. Stove fire could have been, oh, you've got a good point, like it's burned at the bottom of that clock. It does make sense that it was a stove fire. All right, I'm going to open this. I'm hesitant to not have my gloves on while I touch this. The game said don't touch things with your hands if you might need to use it as evidence. So, Adlerstein Club. I do have some latex gloves, but not with me here. Okay, so it's a matchbook. Looks like the early match might have gotten used. There's not much use on the striker, but it does look like someone may have used one of the matches. That feels like Okay, that's a real matchbook. I think I could light that. I think if I broke one of those off, it would strike and light. All right. Adlerstein. All right, let's write this down. Okay, on the back of this, we've got a website. It says facebook.com/Bremer Lucas. Okay, let's make a card for that. I'm going to use a different colored card for non-people. All right, so this is our matchbook. The jury's out whether these index cards are better than pages in a notebook, but I do feel like the index cards makes it a little easier to rifle through stuff. It's facebook.com/Bremer Lucas. All right, and what's the front of this? I want to make sure I preserve all of our evidence so we can still use it in court. Okay, so the matchbook is from Adlerstein Club. What is that a photo of? I can't tell. It's like some abstract art, surreal art. Can't quite tell. Well, let's put this away. I don't know how it's relevant to our case. Can you imagine you're watching this video, you listen to me spend 20 minutes talking about totally unrelated stuff before I started, and now you're watching me try to use a pen to push this fake evidence in a bag. Who has the patience to watch these videos in 2021? All right, that's our evidence. We don't need to open that up again. Oh, we should make a note that maybe one match is used. All right, and we'll definitely want to check out this Facebook link. Obviously, that'll be our first online thing we do, maybe. All right, let's put that over there. Let's take a look at what this child's note is. May 30th. I love Mitzi. She smells like candy. Mom and Dad had a fight. He drove to Grandma's. She smells like medicine. I forgot my favorite Harry Potter. Mom drove to her appointment and she'll pick up the book on her way back. There's a little picture of a cat here. And it looks like it says Lucy on the bottom. So like this might be the stationery that they bought for this daughter Lucy. I'm going to start a new card for Lucy. If that's not her name, we'll correct it. So May 30th stationery. All right, let's look at this again. What does she say? She says, I love Mitzi. So let's just put Mitzi with a question mark. We don't know who that is. She smells like candy. Mom and Dad had a fight. He drove to Grandma's. She smells like medicine. She'll pick up the book on her way back. Mom and Dad had a fight. Okay, so we don't know. Is she the daughter of the person who got killed? Oh, here we go. May 31st. Mom came back in the middle of the night. She smelled like petrol. Aha. Need a cork board. Yeah, a little cork board. Jonathan says we need a cork board for our index cards. Like that would be a fun thing to have a little board on the back. All right, so Mom and Dad had fight. And then May 31st, Mom comes back smelling of petrol. I mean, that's it. Are we ready to solve the case? It's the mother. She burned it down. All right. Let's put that aside. What's next here? Let's take a look at this. So this is a pharmaceutical prescription for Walter Sivers. We don't know who that is. So let's make a new card here for Walter Sivers. We have his prescription. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Anti-stress injection ampule, 20 times 0.5 milliliter. Okay, so it's anti-stress injection. What else have we got? We've got a date for the original prescription, 5/12. He's authorized 2 refills. Approval of pharmacist is K. Stern, psychotherapist. And he signed it. Patient signed it, 5/12. Okay, so this is May 12th. It was filled. All right. May 12th filled. That doesn't help us too much. There's 20 of them, so he's got enough. Well, I guess he's got just enough to make it to the end of the month. Walter Sivers, he's got an address. I guess that might be relevant for us. Honminster, 17. All right. Let's take a look at this thing. I'll tell you what we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll come back in 5 minutes, and I'll get some latex gloves so we don't disturb the evidence. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. I refilled my coffee. We've got some stuff to safely handle evidence. Just straightened up a little bit here. I don't know if it's coming through, but I am loving this this rich set of documents. I mean, it's just exciting to have so much to dig through. It's quite fantastic, regardless of how any mystery pans out. I think I would subscribe if there was a subscription service, like you sign up for the cold case files, and they just give you the raw document dump, a real like a file box full of files. It's quite fantastic to go through. All right, let's continue going through our evidence here now that we're properly equipped to touch evidence. You have to wonder why are some of these bagged? I guess they're bagged if they're not just plain documents. All right, let's see what we've got here. HKJDJELKPOR. Interesting. Not clear what that is. Is it a code to decipher? It's not anything in reverse. It's not just words without spaces. Anything jump out at you as unusual in this pattern of letters? Any repeats? O-I-J-E-L-K. Nothing jumps out at me. All right. Nothing jumps out. I don't know if it's, I guess as long as we have this in front of us, it's okay not to write it down. Maybe we'll write it down later though. I'm going to leave it out of its, well, okay, I'll tell you what. Let's write it down so that I don't have to keep it in its thing. A-H-K-J. I'll put it so you can see it too. Doesn't work. All right, let's just do it together here. HROPHOPHLERTOIJH. I have to go to a new line here. QTHGOLWHFD. GLERT. Okay, that looks right to me. We're going to keep this out, though, in case we... Well, okay, we don't need it out. We'll put it back. We've got it written down. We won't assume that my transcription is perfect. It looks fine to me, but obviously, if it's important, we would check it. All right. No one told us where that... If you are doing police work, here's a tip. When you find a piece of evidence, write down some information about where you found it and what it is. All right, let's take a look at Carl's notebook here. Does folding where the creases are reveal anything? Yikes. Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea. It seemed pretty crumpled up to me and crumpled at angles. All right, we'll keep that in mind, though, Jonathan. That's not a terrible idea to think about that. I should have been more careful when I undid it. But I do think it's more likely to be some sort of cipher, yes. Okay, let's take a look at this. The notebook of our guy who was falsely accused, all right? Monday 18th, appointment at editorial office, and he's got some number that's half crossed out, and he really looks like he made an effort to hide that part. I don't know why that would be. Monday at 1800. Okay. Look at this. That looks like a house. It says information, and then all scratched out again. Why would he do that? This is a phone number. It looks like 0155 89 0145. All right. What have we got here? A login. Adlerstein info Bremers. That's another Bremer. Password wedding day. Arson or attack. What's Bremers? I thought it was a person, but now I'm thinking it's not. All right. Let's read this here. On the night between May 20th and May 21st, brothers Fisher demolished the car of Bremer. They could have set his house on fire, but why? In the evening of May 20th, Bremer lost 100,000 euro in a card game to the Fishers. That's the motive. The brothers gave him 10 days to pay his debt and trashed his car as an incentive to pay after the 10 days had passed. Okay, let's come back to that in a second. Oh, here's a cipher key. Here we go. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. It's a whole list of numbers. It says 26A is 0, 25B is 1, 24C is 2. Counting down from 1 to 26. I guess that's like the 26 letters of the alphabet. And they're just going up. It's a substitution cipher. Vernum cipher, it says. So we could look this up, what a Vernum cipher is. Cipher WKPTUV, key OECLBQ. The sentence is ignite. Cipher minus key equals sentence. Okay. Cipher minus key is the sentence. Okay, so W minus D. The W is a 22. The D is a 3. 19 is T. That doesn't quite work. Oh, unless that's a V. V, V, E, K. Yes, that's two V's. Okay. So V is 21. Minus D is 3. Gives us 18, which is I. Okay, so that's how he did that. So Burnham cipher, interesting. Okay, so if we know the key, we can map the cipher to letters. So we could try that and see if that thing, if this uses this same key, but it might not. This may just be an example. We could try though. We could do the first couple letters and see if we can make sense of this while we're here. All right, let's try it. You can see, okay, I showed you this while I was doing. All right, so let's do this. I'm assuming it just wraps around if you get a negative number, but let's see. All right, we're just going to work on the first four letters here. A, H, K, J. Okay. If we assume, so there's our first letters of this thing, A, H, K, J. Well, I guess fifth one is D. We'll know when we work if this makes any sense. Okay, so first we're going to get the numbers associated with all these. So A was a 26, H was a 7, K is 10. Again, assuming these are all the same. J was 9, and D was 23. Okay, now the key, which is, let's try a different color. The key was D, we said. D, E, C, L, B. And D is 23, E is 22, C is 24, L is 11. Wait a minute, I was sometimes writing the left number, sometimes writing the right number. When we decrypted it, what did we use? And is that a D or an O? I wish I had paid more attention to when we did this right. Okay, W was, I guess I was using the right hand one for this. It's like 22 minus 3. So I use the right hand side of everything. 22 minus 3. It's interesting. It may depend on what you do it, but okay. 22 minus 3 gave us 18, and we use the left side to find it there. So I use the right side of everything. So A, the right side, is actually 0. 26 or 0. And D is 23 or 3. H, I guess it would have made more sense to figure out which side of these numbers we care about. H is 19 and 7. K is 16 and 10. J is 17 and 9. And then D is 23 and 3. Okay. D is 23 and 3. E is 22 and 4. C is 24 and 2. L is 15 and 11. And B is 25 and 1. The two numbers are whether you're counting up from A at 0 or counting down. So when we did it before, I wonder if you shouldn't, we could look up a Vernam cipher and it might be more specifically tell us how to do these subtractions. But if we subtract the bigger numbers, we get 3, and then here we get a negative 3. Then here we would get a negative 8. Here we would get a 2. Here we would get a -2. And -3 would map to 23. And -8 would map to 18. And -2 would map to 24. So if we look these up on the left, depending on how I forget, ignite was if I looked it up on the left. So, okay. So if I look up on the left, I get X D I Y C. That's nothing. If we went the other way, it would be D. If I look it up this way, 323 is X, 18 is S. Okay, so that's nothing. All right, so either I'm doing this wrong somehow, or it's using a different key. We will look up Vernon's cipher specifically and see, but we'll do that a little bit later. And maybe we'll just spend a little more. I mean, we've got a full example here of exactly how to do it. So maybe we'll just be a little more systematic in it, but later. I'm guessing it's a different key. That's my guess. Like, this is just the sample key. Although ignite, DECLBQ, cipher WKPT, we don't see any of that in there, do we? No, okay. All right, I'm guessing it's a different key, but we'll worry about that later. Is our guy left a note to himself that only he could read, he thought? All right, let's go back to our evidence here. Suspects: Lucas Bremer, brothers Fischer, Walter Sivers, A. Pruss, Frieda Bremer, Heinrich Katz. Okay, so let's create new cards here. So Lucas Bremer. We think Bremer must be the name of the guy, right? Because he's writing a note here that says Bremer lost 100,000 in a card game to the Fischers. So we've already got the two Fischers in our database here, Ears and Lens. We've already got Walter Sivers. We don't know why he thinks he's a suspect. Then we've got an A. Pruss. He's mentioned in the notebook I'm writing down, but we don't know what his relation is. In notebook. Okay. Then Frieda Bremer. Is that going to be the wife? She's again mentioned in the notebook. And then we have another person. Heinrich Katz. Notebook suspect. All right. I'm just looking at this notebook again. On the night between the 20th and 21st, they demolished the car of Bremer. They could have set his house on fire. But why? He lost 100,000 euro in a card game to them. That's the motive. They gave him 10 days to pay his debt and trashed his car as an incentive to pay after the 10 days had passed. Okay. But we think they were in jail. Well, did we write down this Facebook link? Let's write this. Not Facebook. Okay, so it's www.adlerstein.info Bremers, capital Bremers, password equals wedding day. In notebook. And then we've got arson and attack. We always should be looking out for what could be cipher keys. Could Lucas and Friola, Jonathan says, could Lucas and Friola be the couple from the little girl's diary? Yes, I was thinking similarly. Are those the people? I love Mitzi. We don't know who they're. Mom and Dad. Mom came back smelling of petrol. So yes, that could be the mom and dad. And Joseph Bremer would be the victim. Yes, that's how I'm reading it. Arson, attack. Yes, I'm reading that Joseph Bremer is going to be our victim. Do we make a card for him? Yes, okay, that's our unknown photo. So I think this might be Joseph Bremer. I think that's right. Okay, that's the notebook. We've got some websites to check out, but we've also got this. A letter to Frida Bremer. Now look at that address. Horminster 19. When we found this, look at the address there. Horminster 17. So Walter is like the next door neighbor. All right. So let's make a note here. Where is our prescription? Maybe we didn't make one for the prescription card. Well, yes, we did, because we wrote down anti-stress. Oh, it was under Walter's card. Walter Sivers. I'm going to write down that this is next door neighbor of Frida Bremer, which might be the same address as the house burning down. Did we get the address of the house burning down yet? No, I don't think we have. I'm sure it'll be somewhere. All right, let's open this. Whoa, there's something in here. There's absolutely something in here, solid. Can you see it there? All right. Well, so much for... Oh, look, it's slid open. I almost tore it open, but it's slid open. Where's our... Can you guys see that? It says best friend. Now, where's our picture? Some magnifying glasses might be useful. Is that a bracelet he was wearing? Yeah, that's the bracelet that says best friend. So, he's wearing this bracelet. Interesting. Not sure what it means. It doesn't look particularly burned. Maybe we should keep it with this envelope. Very interesting. All right, let's continue our pattern of making a card for every important piece of evidence. So I'm going to say Frieda Bremer letter. This is a letter to Frieda Bremer. Who is it from? And when was it sent? Can you see the post date? It's sent to her on May 27th. Panqueo Pagata. Looks like from Spain to me. All right. Let's take a look at what this letter says here. Palma de Mallorca. Well, we've heard that name. Where did we hear Palma de Mallorca? We heard that somewhere, for sure, in something we looked at. I'm just going to write that down. And it's got its date on it, 5/27. Okay. You once, dear Frieda, you once slept with a married man and ruined his family, didn't you? Did you dare to believe back then that he'd be faithful to you forever? We had a very good time together, you know, a really great time. But I don't need him anymore. Take him back and shove it. Snub it, it says. Shove it. I have a small request for you. When Joseph visited me last time, he forgot his bracelet, your present. Could you please give it back to him? Regards, Alma. Okay, well, in our guy's notebook, he wrote A. Prouse. So is this Alma Prouse? I'm going to write here Alma with a question mark from letter to Frieda. So she sends a letter. She's saying, you slept with a married man. You ruined his family. Here he is, take him back. He's cheated on you with me again. And here's the proof with his little bracelet. Alma. All right, what was the, where did we see Mallorca? Palma de Mallorca. Where did we see that? I know we've seen it. Jonathan Warner. Joseph is not a Bremer. Jonathan says Spanish postage mark tied to concert from the paper. Maybe that's it. Jonathan says Joseph is not a Bremer. How do we know that? Because, no, she may have taken his name. Well, Jonathan is absolutely right about the Palma de Mallorca being from the concert. So the letter came on the 27th. The newspaper article says, let's take a look at it. On May 30th, they went to the Spanish tour of the popular German rock band They gave a concert on the 29th at Palma de Mallorca. They could not fly back due to a hurricane. Rolf Ritter has apologized to his fans. Okay, no, it doesn't immediately jump out as why it would be connected to our letter. But Jonathan, I'd like to hear your explanation about Joseph not being a Bremer. You're saying because Frida is a Bremer and Frida Bremer is getting this note. I think Joseph's a Bremer. I think it's saying, look, here's the letter saying, Frida, you slept with a married man, you ruined his family, and you thought he'd be faithful to you. He's not. Here's his friendship bracelet to prove that I just slept with him. So I think Frida Bremer married Joseph Bremer and took his name. And that's our guy in that photograph, Joseph Bremer. That's how I'm reading it. Where's their photograph of Joseph? I mean, if indeed Joseph is the guy who burned up, we know from his photograph that this is the same guy with the bracelet. So that's the guy that this letter is talking about and telling Frida that Alma slept with this man. So I think Alma's saying, hey, Joseph Bremer, your husband, just cheated on you. And you stole him from me originally, or someone. That's how I'm reading it. But I'd like to hear, Jonathan, if you disagree with me and you think that this is not a Bremer. I mean, Joseph's wife found out about the affair and is telling Frida to take him. That's interesting. Joseph's wife. So you're saying Alma Perius, Alma Prus is his husband, is the wife of of Joseph. And she's sending this back to Frida. I guess that's possible too. When Joseph visited me last time, he forgot his bracelet, which was your present to him. I guess we don't know. We don't know. But from the sound of this letter, it sounds to me like the person writing, did you dare believe he would be faithful to you forever? So this sounds to me like this is the woman writing is the woman who just had an affair with him. And she's writing to the wife saying, you thought he was going to be faithful to you forever once you married him, but he just cheated on you. But you're right. She says take him back and shove it. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's hard to know. We'll have to find that out. They're both involved with him though somehow. He's married to one of them. We don't know when this photo was taken. Doesn't matter. Okay, so that's it with all the evidence. That's it. We've gone through the evidence. We haven't gone through the case files yet. But we do have a bunch of stuff we could look up online. And we've got that cipher that we'd like to go through. So let's take a look at our online stuff. We've got a website with a wedding day password. Maybe that's going to tell us a little bit more. We've got the cipher, and we've got a Facebook address. Okay, so here are the three things I have that we could check online for. Bremers, Bremer Lucas, that's a person we don't know anything about. That's his Facebook page. He's as part of this club. And then we've got the Vernum Cipher. Any preference where we should start? Let's come over here. Conceal the affair, yeah. Well, we're going to find out. We don't need to jump to... we don't need to figure it out yet. It is interesting that Frieda's address is right next door to Walter Seaver's. But we'll learn about that. I guess, you know, if we open up this criminal file, we might find the death report of the guy. Maybe we should do that first. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's quickly look through this report for not details, but like just general information about, let's see if we can find a report on the fire, because it seems like we should kind of know that. Okay, there's the fire call. Here's something that says the patient is Joseph Bremer. So I think we've answered that question now. His name was Joseph Bremer. All right, but I'm going to leave all that aside. I just want to, I think the fire report is where we should start before we start investigating other stuff. And then there's lots more details. I'm going to look for anything related to our fire, because that seems like that is a good way to... We should have information about the fire. Okay. Well, we got information about Walter. We got information about Mitzi, letter to Bremer, security camera. Okay, so we've got a lot of useful information here. But the only one I'm going to look at first here is this fire report, which seems like a natural place for us to start. Okay, so 31st May. It's a fire report. 31st of May at 0:15, so a little bit after midnight, by Heinrich Klerin. The beginning of the fire is unknown. The fire victim, Joseph Bremer. Okay, so let's go back to our document here. We know for sure now, Joseph Bremer is the guy and the victim. Okay. Protocol of Fire Squad. Adlerstein Fire Volunteers. They arrived a little over past midnight. They left at 1:45. The first person reporting is Heinrich Klein. Okay, here's our address. Harmon Street 19. That's Frieda's address. Right? Unless that's a 3, but I'm pretty sure that's a 9. Okay, so the fire happened in the Bremer household of Joseph Bremer and Frieda Bremer. They lived together, but now we have a good motive for why Frieda could have started the fire, right? She gets the letter. It says, your husband cheated on me. Here's proof. Cheated with me on you. Here's proof. And this just arrived a couple days before the fire. So maybe the wife sets him on fire. Sets the house on fire as revenge. Okay, and this, Jonathan, you pointed this about the stove, right? Fire started in the kitchen and spread out over the house. Okay, so let's write down his address is 19 Hammenstraat. Same house as Frieda. Okay. The fire was at midnight. That's when they arrived, at least midnight, May 31. Okay. Remarks. The owner of fire started in the kitchen. Started in kitchen. The owner of the house was the victim and was recovered dead from the burnt house. Severe burns covering most of his body. Upon entry to the building, traces of fuel. What is that word there? Was found. Traces of fuel were found, but what traces of fuel were found? Okay, traces of fuel found. I might want to make a new card for the murder scene. Severe burns covering most of his body. Traces of fuel were found. Okay. Well, that just confirmed a couple of our theories, but doesn't give us much information. But this is our motive for Frida, at least. Jonathan says, I don't think this will be the case, but when you have a burnt body, always makes me ask, is this really Joseph Bremer? Well, I had the same little red flag go up in my mind too. Whenever you have a severely burnt, whenever the body is hard to identify, it makes you think it's not the right body. All right. I think it's time to go online and check out some of this stuff. I guess let's go in order. We looked at the matchbook first. Let's look at this Facebook account of Bremer Lucas. All right. So here we are. We're going to go to facebook.com. Bremer Lucas. Lucas Bremer. You know, it's a little, isn't it a little risky for a game to use a Facebook page of a fake person? What if Facebook decides to take it down? Maybe they got permission. Okay, well, our first thing is to make sure this is the right person for this game. And I see, if we take off my picture, you see here, it says May 30th, 2017. There's our day before our fire. And it does fire party with Mark Newman, Misha Frank at the Adlerstein Club. Boy, it looks 420 people like this. These are real places? That's kind of crazy. Jonathan says, do you want to make the international phone call to the number in the paper? Yeah, we could look up that paper, but let's see. Lucas Bremer. There's Lucas Bremer. Boy, and there's comments and stuff 3 days ago. Someone, it's kind of dangerous to read these things. What if someone's, trying to spoil it for us? He's got photos. So here's a photo of him. What's the date on that photo? Can you see that on the screen? 5/17/30. So May 30th at 11:30 p.m. So our fire is the firemen come. The firemen are there at midnight on 5/31. So this guy's taking a photo in the club 45 minutes before the police arrive. So Lucas Bremer is in the club partying it up 45 minutes before the firemen arrive on scene. That kind of seems like a good alibi to me. So I'm going to write down a little alibi here for Lucas Bremer. I'm going to, on his card, we're going to say 11:30 p.m. .5:30 photos timestamp in Adlerstein Club. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We don't have a motive for Lucas Bremer at this point. We haven't heard any motive, right? He's going to be what? The son of our guy. Probably. Given what he looks like. But as of now, we've got an alibi from him. But the only reason he's a suspect is because our journalist has him listed as a suspect. But we have no reason to think he's a suspect yet. Presumably, we are going to see one. Okay, so I'm going to write down this alibi, but also, this is a good tip for you playing at home. Whenever you have a piece of information, you want to keep a note of that information, but we want to also keep track of where we found it in case we need to go back. So I'm going to put Facebook on Lucas Bremer so we know we can go back here for that. I'm not sure there's any other relevant information for us about Lucas Bremer. Oh, he's got some more photos here. Oh, here's an even later one. So here he is at 11:30. Here he is at 11:50. Can you see that photo, 11:50? Sorry, you can't see it. There he is, 11:50 right here. So he's taking photos. There's the logo of the matchbook, by the way. It's real, it matches. Okay, so it's not even 11:30 that his timestamp is. It's 11:50, so like there's no way. If, of course, that's assuming that the photo timestamp is accurate, and we know that you can fake a photo timestamp by just setting your camera to a different time, and it looks like it's his camera. So it looks like it's his camera. He's holding it for the selfie, so he could have faked it. He could have faked it. And maybe that's why he's posting these. What else has he posted? Just other photos. Can we learn about him? No workplaces, friends, no friends, photos, videos, questions, don't know. Do you know Lucas? Send him a message. See all the photos. Okay. All right. Well, that's Lucas. We got a pretty good... Lucas has a pretty good alibi. He's got a pretty good alibi. All right. Although, I'll tell you what, I'd like to know where that matchbook came from. Like, was that matchbook found on the scene? Because that might change our calculus. Boy, you'd have to run over there, though, wouldn't he? 11:50. That's just... There's just no way. All right, what's our next online thing to check up? Let's look up a Vernum cipher and see if we can get a little more information. Vernum cipher. Okay, the Vernum cipher is based on the principle that each plain text character... Let's see, can I zoom in on this for you a little bit? Okay. Each character from a message is mixed with one character from a key stream. If a truly random key stream is used, the result will be truly random ciphertext, which bears no relation to the original. In case the cipher is similar to the unbreakable one-time pad. Yes, I thought this was a one-time pad, so how is it different than a one-time pad? Generally used with teleprinters and 5-level punch tape. The system is also known as a one-time tape, I see. You're basically XORing the content of the message with some known source of information, the key, or it could be a book or a one-time pad. When real spies used it, they would use a one-time pad, their key that they had only on their person and on the recipient. So the recipient would have a copy of the one-time pad, and they would, okay. If the resulting ciphertext is truly random, it can safely be sent over the air. All the recipient has to do is mix the ciphertext with the same one-time tape to reveal the original plaintext. Okay. One only has to guarantee that the one-time tape is truly random and that there are only two copies of it. Right, one is the sender, one is the recipient, and then you destroy it. Okay, fine. Created applying use of logical XOR operation of individual bits. In mathematics, the XOR operation is known as module 2. Addition, in our case, the individual bits of the plain text are XOR. Let's go back here. This is giving you how mathematically you would do this if you had binary data with the XOR function. In our case, we are just using letters, subtracting and modulus. They're recycling to the beginning, so we don't have to do binary XOR. We're just subtracting the number letters. That's fine. In fact, if we probably find another page, it might give us that, but that seems simple enough. There we go. This is one that's a little closer. Assign a number to each character, like A is 0, as B is 1. Okay. So here we go. Assign a number to each character, add the numbers. So here we add it, and then you modulo 26. In his version of it, he was subtracting the numbers and just doing modulo 26. Go away. Okay. Either way, it seems fairly straightforward. We were just confusing ourselves because each letter had two numbers. I guess we should just ignore that for now. Okay, just confirms what we knew. We might just rewrite this cipher again without the confusing double numbers for each letter, and make sure we know how to decrypt it using his example, and make sure he's not using the same key. That would mean we still have to look for another key somewhere, but we'll come back to this and check on it. My gut is telling me it's not using that same key, but we'll verify that. All right, but we know everything we need to know about the Vernam cipher, or as I would call it, a one-time pad. All right, let's do this last thing and look up the Bremer's website or something. Okay, here we go. We're going to now look up this Adlerstein page. Adlerstein. I keep saying Adlerstein, but it's Adlerstein. Okay. Please enter the password, 4 digits. 4 digits. Oh, we need to know their actual wedding day. The password isn't wedding day, it's their wedding day. So we don't know this information yet. So let's write on our little note that it's 4 digits we're looking for. So it might be like day of month 0410 for April 10th. All right, well, how do we find their wedding day? Let's see if we can find it. Where would we find it? Was it mentioned anywhere so far? Was it mentioned in the notebook? You could imagine that it was their anniversary that they killed him, so we could try 0530 and 0531. Let's try those just to see. That would give us more of a clue that I'm going to do 0530. No, 0531. No. Okay. Let's see if we can't find information about it wasn't specified here, was it? You once slept with a married man. He forgot his bracelet. Okay. No, it's not there. And the bracelet just said best friend. Okay, let's see if we can't find in the files when they were married. So we want information on Frida and Joseph's marriage. If I'm understanding correctly, the nature of the relationship between Joseph and Frida. Let me share this with you as I see it. Okay, Joseph's lab report. Here's Alma Prus. Her booking information. Oh, look, Joseph and Alma went away on 5/23. They went to Palma de Mallorca, and then he came back on the 30th. Okay, so he came back. Let me just show you this. So here's a plane ticket. He looks like he left with Alma on the 24th of May. Came back on the 30th, right before he got killed. He was killed when he got home. He went business class. Cost him €405. All right, well, that still doesn't help us with their wedding date. Here's a complaint about Bremer. Here's a cancellation. What does this mean, that there was a cancellation of that flight? You've canceled your booking. Is it that he got... No, he couldn't have gotten caught because this was the 24th. And when did that letter arrive? Not till the... So that was canceled before the letter arrived. Yeah, that was canceled before the letter arrived. Okay. Oh, here we have a map for the club. Okay, so it looks like the police or our guy, OpenStreetMap, actually mapped the distance between the club to Hammenstraub Street. So they actually see that he can get there in 6 minutes. So the alibi is not rock solid. If he left right away, he could get there in 6 minutes. Okay, that's pretty cool to have a little map. There's their house where they live. That's where the club is. All right. More letters from Walter Sivers. We're going to look at that again. We've got car database. That's going to be useful. We saw there's a photo, security photo of some car. So we'll want to look up this information. We got Lucas's car. All right. What's this? Hotel registry. Leonard Bauer. I don't see any Bremers here. That's not so useful to us. Here's a car. We're going to look at that in a second. Here's a letter to Joseph Bremer. Let's look at this for a second. It's a letter to Bremer from Heinrich Katz. Says, Dear Mr. Bremer, I worked for more than 20 years as your personal driver. Today I was unexpectedly dismissed. All this time I thought I was not only a driver but also your friend. I can still remember how I drove you home after the divorce from your first wife. That's going to be Alma. That's going to be Alma. You were very sad at that time. Later I drove you to the wedding ceremony with your second wife. That's what we want to find out, the wedding ceremony. You were very happy back then. I can also remember the day your second daughter was born. Bruna came with us when we collected your wife from the hospital. You asked me to be Mitzi's godfather. All right, well, we're getting lots of references. So I'm going to make a note of this. Letter from Heinrich Katz. I'm just going to write down what he mentions. He mentions the second wedding. He mentions divorce. He mentions Bruna. And Mitzi. Is Bruna the second daughter? Bruna came with us when we collected your wife. Okay, so the second daughter is going to be Mitzi, and the first daughter is going to be Bruna. He's saying, hey, remember when your second daughter was born, Mitzi, who you asked us to be the godfather, and Bruna, the first daughter, came with us when we went and got your wife. After all that, what happened today? I did not get an explanation notice. An employee from Human Resources caught me at work and forced me to return the car permit and the keys. He stripped me of those without saying a word. You know that I have 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. Now I cannot afford paying for their education. I still hope that my dismissal was a major misunderstanding. Should it not be the case, I kindly ask you pay me compensation of 2,600 euro, which I am certainly at the very least entitled to. 2,600 euro asked. I'm going to write down that Mitzi is going to be the second Bremer daughter, I think. And Bruna is going to be the first Bremer daughter, I think. Okay, and then he drove them to the second wedding, and he says his car permit was taken. Does that mean we might find, if we can find his car records, when he drove them to the hospital, or a hospital check-in receipt or something? Now look at this weird thing. It says rejected. Oh, sorry. It says rejected Bremer. I think that says rejected. Kind regards, Heinrich Katz. I guess we should write a... Oh, we do have a thing on Heinrich. We already have it. So in Notebeck's file, Heinrich Katz is a suspect. Okay, so we're going to put here letter from Katz in documents. Okay, well that's, now we understand why Heinrich Katz is a suspect. And possibly information on the wedding. Okay, this just confirms what we said before. Yes, Bremer might be refusing to pay. We don't know why he fired him either. That's Okay, so that's going to be Joseph Bremer. That's going to be Frida Bremer, the mother. Mitzi is going to be the youngest daughter, and Bruna is the older daughter. Okay. What have we got here? It's document on Walter Sivers. We're going to worry about that later. Okay, this is interesting. Call log, June 2nd. Okay, so the date here is June 2nd. So this is after the fire and death. Alma, wait, oh, sorry, it's retrieved on June 2nd, but the call log is for some earlier dates. So let's look what's happening. Alma, Joseph, Alma, Joseph, Alma, Joseph, Vernum cipher, deciphering error. So look, there's some information that didn't decipher properly. Does that mean, I think, if that's just deciphering error, are we to believe that our guy decoded these messages and they were originally sent in code? That's interesting. Okay, we're gonna have to think a little bit harder about this misdeciphered text. I mean, I'll just give you a little. This is a little involved, but Jonathan says, "Is there a date on back of the physical bracelet?" That's a great idea. I don't think there was, but we can look at it. I just want to point something out here. If you've got messages and you use this one-time pad on them and you decode them, and someone had a part of a message that they sent using a different one-time pad, because you're just adding or XORing, whatever, you're adding to get the deciphered information. If you could guess what sentence this was, you could recover the key that was used incorrectly to encode it. So if you thought that the other key was used for this document and that they used this key on this, you could retrieve it if you could figure out what this sentence said. But let's take a look at this. I'm still looking for these are all on May 23rd. Everything's solved. I'll wait for you tomorrow. Please come a bit earlier. I already told you I cannot come tomorrow. 1 week later. You're still hesitating. You promised me to finally leave her. I did not promise anything. She is the mother of my children. You already left your family for someone else. Why can't you do the same for me? We've done it 100 times. I'll tell her the truth myself. Stop it. Some secret information. You can't do it to her. We'll talk about it later. There's nothing to talk about anymore. You'll be sorry. You never know what I'm capable of. Okay, so we might want to check the air tickets and whatever, but just to summarize, Alma, who wrote the letter to Frida, is telling him, you promised you'd leave her, you'd leave Frida. He's saying, I didn't promise, she's the mother of my children. She's saying, you already left your family once for someone. So it lines up with this letter that she wrote Frida. She's saying, he left someone to go to you, Frida, and now he's going to leave you to come to me. Okay, let's look at that to make sure there's no date on the back. No, there's no date on the back of it. It just says best friend. Stop it. Something, something, something. You cannot do it to her. We'll talk about it later. And that's from Joseph Bremer. All right. Still no clue as to their wedding date. Okay. And then we've got a complaint. It says complaint continued. What is that? Is that part of this complaint? Just trying to make sense here of this. I just see this. I'm trying to think, is this part of this complaint? Suspect threw a stone into the garage window of the claimant, located at the address. No one was injured. Suspect is Walter Sivers. Crime 75757. Yes, this is part of this. All right. These are connected. I'm just going to put a little paper clip here. These are part of the same complaint. Now, we've been playing for about 2 hours, and that's the, I believe that's the suggested time of the game. What does that say there? Can't read it. 120 minutes. So if you were playing this at the speed they suggest, you'd be done and ready to solve it. This just goes to show you how slowly I play these games and how slowly when you play on the channel it slows down. But we are milking this for all we can get. The key is truly random. No, it might be random. Oh, this might be the key to that. That's an interesting idea. We were thinking this had to be decrypted. But what if this is the cipher key for that message? Now that is intriguing. Yes, that would make sense that he's got a copy of the key and she's got a copy of the key. The only thing that's throwing me is this writing here that says Vernum cipher deciphering error. It makes me think that all of this was enciphered. But I definitely think we should try to decipher this. Let's make a card for this call details. It helps to have a card for things that we don't want to forget to do. So I'm going to put call log, and I'm going to put ciphered text. So YVETQXAER. I don't know if I need to write it all down. PHQ. Okay. All right, I think maybe we should understand that, make sure we understand how to decipher things, and so that we can test it when we want to. What is this weird thing? Sorry, I don't mean to get distracted, but information, there's a number there. Does that say paper? What does that say? Or is it just smoke coming out of the house? It's him sketching the fire, I think. Arson attack. All right, let's get this cipher stuff worked out properly. Where's my notebook? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a better little thing here. A, B, C, D. I'm going to write down the alphabet. Okay. Now, he's clearly given each letter a number, and I think for simplicity, we're just going to start with A being 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wish I'd written these closer together in the beginning. 11, L. Ugh, this is just too tight. I'll have to do this again. I'm sorry to put you through all this. All right, let's do it this way. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's going to be enough. Okay. Okay, I've given each of our letters a number from 0 to 25. Now let's work out his thing. So his cipher was W, K, P, T, U, U. Okay, this is the cipher, and the key is D, I think that's a D, E, C, L, B, Q. Okay, so the cipher, if we map our numbers this way, is 22, 10, 15, 19, 20, 20, assuming those are both U's. One could be a V. And then the key is 3, E is 4, C is 2, L is 11, B is 1, Q is 16. So it's a little odd because in this case, all of the cipher numbers are larger. So it's cipher one, I guess as long as you have one person in the group, it's true, one person could just focus on it. Okay, so just to be clear, when he's writing both numbers for each, because I think it's just saying you wrap around. If you wrap around, you get this. That's fine. But in our case here, these numbers are all bigger, so that's 19, 6, 13, 8, 19, 4. Okay, so 19. And if we map that out, 19 is T, that's wrong. Maybe that's supposed to be an O. All right, let's do the rest of it. 6 is G, 13 is N, 8 is I, 19 is T, and E is for ignite. So that means we got this, we read this D wrong. This was supposed to be an O, which is number 14, which makes that an 8, which is an I, which maps to ignite. Okay, so cipher minus key gave us this. The only thing that's misleading about this one example is that these numbers won't always be positive. And when they're when they're negative, we need to mod it 26. So we just add 26 to it when it's negative. All right, so now we can go and we can try to decrypt either this or this with itself. So let's just try it. So if we have, I'm going to assume this is the cipher for a second. So let's just start out. In fact, since we're going to be using this several times, let's try writing it out this way. I know this is a lot to sit through. You could just go take a break. Go get some food. 1:30. Okay, I'm going to write the start of this out in a list and write the numbers for it so we won't have to keep doing this. J, D, E, L, K, P, O, I, H, R, O, P, H, G, L, E, R, T, O, I, J, H. I'll just write up till then. Now we need the numbers here. 0, 7, we really don't need to be doing so many of these because after you deciphered the first couple, you'd know whether you're on the right track. But that's okay, because what I'm doing now, we're going to be reusing several times. Yes, and if you had two people, you could read to each other. You wouldn't have to flip back and forth pages. Okay, so this is it's the sheet, whatever it is. We don't know that it's the cipher, but it could be the cipher. All right, now let's write out this message here. This message. Let's write down this one in the same way. So Y, V, E, T, Q, X, A, E, R, P, H, Q, O, R, J, H, T, E, H. I, U, W, 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 V. Okay, let's stop there. Now we need these numbers. Same way as before. 24, 21, 4, 16, 0. Is this a P after the R? Yes. Seven. Okay, so we have our key, and this. We have our key and our cipher as a set of numbers. Well, we don't know that this is a cipher in the key. It could be reversed, or it could be that this is a misdecrypted. So we don't know anything about that. But what we can do is we can check. We can try. So, for example, if this was the cipher, which would be my guess, if this was the cipher, and this is a message, we would subtract cipher minus key. Cipher minus key. So that gets us negative 24. 7 minus 21 is negative 14. 10 minus 4 is negative 6. 3 minus 19 is negative 16. Did I skip one? 7 minus 21. 10 minus 4 is not negative 6. 10 minus 4 is 6. 9 minus 19 is negative 10. 3 minus 16 is negative 13. You don't want to get these wrong. 4 minus 23 is negative 19. Okay, so that's enough letters to do a start. Okay, now we need to find the modulus here. So he's got a key here. Minus 24 is C, which we could have written down here. I guess we should do this later. But minus 14 is M. 6 we know is G. Minus 10 is Q. Well, this is definitely not a message. Let's try it the other way, just for fun, but otherwise we've got a more difficult thing. So if it was reversed, then our numbers would be 24. I guess it's just, the nice thing is it's just negatives go to positive, so that becomes 14, that becomes negative 6, that becomes 10, 13, 19. Okay, so if that was the message, then we've got Y, O, U. How's that looking for a word? Y-O-U. 10 is K. 13 is N. Is this going to be an O? 19. 19 is a T. Unless we did that wrong. But boy, this sure looks this sure looks like a good candidate to me. So let's walk through this a little more carefully now with this as the key. Okay, so Y, V, E, T, Q, X, A, E, R, P, H, Q, O, R. Okay, that's right. All right, let's continue then on this sheet, and let's make sure this is right. A, H, K, J, D, E. Oh no, I skipped some. A, H, K, J, D, J. Okay, so we missed one. So we're gonna have to sneak that in. That's the danger with one of these. When I played I guess I shouldn't give something else. When I played Legacy of Dragonholt, I did a slight mistranslation and I missed an important thing. Okay, so J. Where's our list? That's not it. Okay, so that's why we got our mistranslation. J was 9, and then E was 4. It's going to be a little hard to read, but I think we can do it. Okay, so we're back to our lining up here. Ugh, that's going to be a pain to translate. I may have to write these out again. All right, so so it was U K N Y O U K N K N, and then J was 9. Why did I? K was 10, which was T minus J. Okay, fine. T minus J. Then we've got 16 minus 3 is 13. That gave us our N. And then 23 minus 9 is 4. And then 0. Sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. 23 minus 9 is 14. And then 0 minus 4 is negative 4. Let's just get that right. So 14 is O. That's U-K-N-O. Minus 4 is W. So that's you know. All right, so we've definitely got the decryption key here. So we can decrypt this message. It's just a matter of how much trouble it is to line these things up with my misdone. All right, so far it's you know, which was 0 minus 4. I guess it's not so bad if I just shift it down. Okay. Next is 4 minus 11 is negative 7. 17 minus 10 is 7. Why is it shifting? Okay, 15 minus 15 is 0. Minus 7. 8. 7. 0. Minus 5. Minus 8. 12. Minus 2. Minus 4. 4. 3. 3. 8. 13. Okay, so far I've got some more letters. Let's run these through. I apologize for this being not captivating TV. Negative 7 is T. 7 H. 0 is A, negative 7 is that. You know that 8 is an I, 7 is H, 0 is A, negative 5 is going to be V, I, negative 8 is going to be an negative 8 is S. Maybe we decoded that wrong. 12 is M. Negative 2 is Y. Negative 4 is W. 4 is E. Oh, he's trying to say it's my wedding anniversary. 3 is D. 3 is D. 8 is I. You know I have my wedding. 13 is N. Okay. Well, it's kind of cool that we stuck with this cipher now, because I believe we are going to get his wedding anniversary here. Okay, so wedding. Where did we leave off? We left off here was wedding. Or, yeah. So, let's see. Where is that on our list that I need to continue? So, T-O-I-J-H. T-O-I-J-H. There's not much left. T-O-I-J-H. So then we've got Q-T-H-G-O-L-W-H-F-D. Okay. That's going to be our second half. So let's write down these numbers. 16, 19, 7, 6, 14, 11, 22, 7. Okay, so this is our key, second half of the key, and then the second half of the message here. So let's see, where did we leave off? That's the tricky part. T-O-I-J-H. T-O-I-J-H-Q. Okay, so I stopped with J-H, so I need two more here. W-W-V. W-W-V. So then we've got P-K, and then we start up here. Q-R-A-U-A-Z N-Y-T-Z. Okay, so they line up. It's tricky with this. Here's our cipher. Like, you know, if you shift one wrong, then everything comes out wrong. So you've got to get them. You have to line up which letter of each key belongs to which letter of the cipher. Okay, let's write down these numbers. So I hope you're either following what I'm doing, or when you rewind it, you'll understand it, or you're totally bored with how obvious it all is. U is 20, A is 0, Z is 25, N is 13. If you were doing this with another person, maybe you wouldn't have to write all this down. You could do it on the fly. But for me, we're converting, we've got a cipher and a key. We're converting both from letters to numbers. Then we're doing the subtraction, modulus 25, 26. And then we're going back from the new letter to the number. So cipher minus key. We're going to write it down here. We've got 0, 17 minus 19 is minus 2. Minus 7. 14. Minus 14. This is 14 again. 22, that's negative 9. Negative 14. No. 24 minus 7 is negative 17. No, it's not negative 17. 24 minus 7 is 17. 14. 22. That looks about right to me. We'll figure out if anything's slightly wrong. Okay, so A, 0 is A. Negative 2 is Y. Negative 7 is T. 14 is O. Negative 14 is M. 14 is M. Wedding day tomorrow. It's going to be negative 9. Negative 9 is R. 17 is R. 14 is O. 22 is W. So he spelled tomorrow wrong, but it doesn't matter. He's saying his wedding day is tomorrow. Boy, that was a lot of work to decode that message. Jonathan says, I'm thinking we'll have to find the wedding dates from the canceled trip. No, I think it's just the call log. He's sending her a text message. He's saying, my wedding day is tomorrow. So now, if we go to the call log, they're talking on May 23rd. So I think what we're looking for is the 24th of May. He's saying, stop it. You know my wedding day is tomorrow. So I think it's going to be 0524. Shall we try it? I'm going to the laptop. 0524. Nope. What does that mean? Well, it is in euro. So normally I would write May 24, but do you think we would do 2405? Look at that. Come on. Come on, that was kind of fun, right? That was pretty wonderful. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Joseph Bremer, email attachment from service at P. Coverages at Coverschirung.de, German. It's his insurance policy. Okay. He's insured. There's his insurance number. For the next 3 years. It's household insurance. He's got $400,000 of insurance on his house. 400 euro of insurance on his house. Against fire. Well, okay. So we took out an insurance policy on his house for 400,000 euro. And he's going to burn down his house? and get the money. So this would suggest that he was going to set the fire on himself for himself, but obviously he didn't mean to die, unless that's not him in the fire. And he took it out recently. Jonathan says, yes, you're quite right, Jonathan. That's a very good observation. He just took it out on 5/27. All right, let's make a little card about this. Well, that was a lot of work to get that message, but it was so cool that the message gave us the password that we were hoping to find. So I'm glad we sort of did that at the right timing. Okay, so insurance policy for Joseph Bremer's house to Joseph Bremer. So he stands to profit from it, and taken out on 5/27. That is very, like, that timing is very suspicious. It's clear, it seems clear that he must have planned to start that fire. But now whether that's his body or not. But let me point out something to you. Less is more in Cyprus. Maybe anniversary tomorrow would have been enough of a message. Yes, it's true. Okay, so but here's something to point out. You can't fake your own death and get the insurance policy, right? I mean, you get one or the other. You either fake your death, but then you can't collect the insurance because you're presumed dead. Your next of kin would get it, so maybe he's hoping to give it to the kids, but he can't collect it if he's also trying to fake his own death. Right. We can put away our notes on the cipher. It's nice to have that wrapped up. That probably means we're done with this note. You'll be sorry you never know what I'm capable of on May 23rd. So yeah, then she sent the letter. So that's what Alma did. She sent the letter to Frida. All right. I hope that whole cipher thing wasn't... Well, what does it matter? First of all, it's only Jonathan that's in here with me. Second of all, I enjoyed it. I loved it. So I loved that we had to go through the multiple steps, and the more work, the better. All right. There's a lot of files on Walter Sievers here, but we'll have to go through that in a second. Let's clean up our workspace, our detective workspace. There's more cipher stuff we don't need. We'll put that out of the way. Let's clean up everything here again. So is this the anything that's on this page? That's it. He's just got the one page hidden on his Bremers. There's another email here. Like, could you email this insurance company? Is it a real insurance company? You lost 100,000. That's the motive. Okay. All right. Now, all right, we've got Walter we can look at. We've got Heinrich's Katz. I'm just looking at our suspects again. Lucas has a pretty good alibi. Heinrich's Katz we haven't gone into. We think we know the cipher. We've got all kinds of airplane tickets to understand. We've got pretty good alibis for the Fishers. And we've done all of our, whoops, sorry, left you on that. We've done all of our, online stuff so far. So I guess we got to go back to our documents. Where's my coffee? Sort documents by subjects. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's go through our documents and see if we can organize them a little bit. So here's our fire report. No, these firemen, inspector, did not guess when the fire started, but is in the kitchen. We just know they came here a little after midnight. Okay. Let's go through these more carefully and see if we can organize them. Injection protocol for Sivers, Walter Sivers. All right, let's organize Walter Sivers' stuff. We've got his prescription. We know he suffers from stress. All right, let's organize his documents. That's Sivers, that's Sivers. Fan club membership. This is going to be related to the Fishers. Okay. This is tracking on a Volkswagen all around the city. Data from the tracker is currently visible to these 3 users. So Carl Notebook. So Carl put a tracker on someone's car. Is it his car or someone else? Well, we have a car database, so we can look that up in a second. Let's put this off for now. Here's a report on... Oh, here's a report on... Oh, I thought it was going to be an autopsy. But it's not. It's from May 23rd. He's got a report here on his thing. It says, the laboratory diagnostics suggests blood deficiency anemia, cytopenic anemia, or disruption of hemoglobin synthesis, blood loss or low iron diet, dizziness with potential loss of consciousness in case of low oxygen supply. Avoid areas with low oxygen content. So maybe stove was turned on and he passed out. Okay, these are the plane flights from Joseph. Let's combine the 2 flight documents together. Okay. So we'll look at this in a second, but right now we're working on Walter. So he booked a flight and then he canceled it. So let's come back to that. Okay, here's the fire report. Ah, here we go. Or something. So, police officer Karl Freuhoff. This is June, a couple days after the fire. He's got his address and telephone number in case someone wants to call him up. But I see 555. Okay, subject fire, hearing of witnesses. So there was a hearing on June 2nd in German. Magdalena Witt came in. She's a bartender at this bar. She can certify the following. I bear witness to the following. I, Magdalena Witt, born in the year 1988, employed as a bartender at the Adlerstein Club, heard our regular customer Lucas Bremer speak about his father at the bar. Okay, so now we've got confirmation, as we suspected, that Lucas Bremer is the son. of Joseph. All right, let's make a note to confirm that. Son of Joseph. He told everyone how much he hated him and how disgusting he was. On May 29th, he said he was planning to play a prank the next day. He said the real fire would be sparked. Yes, he did specifically use the word fire. I remember this perfectly well. He repeated this word multiple times. My witness report is written correctly. I confirm my statement with my signature below. Okay. So Magdalena says he mentioned fire. He says, I'm going to play a prank the next day. He said the real fire would be sparked. So one possibility is it's a prank gone wrong. Another possibility is it's just a red herring and he wasn't supposed to do it till the next day. Doesn't really help us much, except we've got a little bit of a motive now for Lucas. Lucas does not like his father. Okay. Okay, here's more Walter Seaver's paper. So what have we got? Let's look at, as we collect our Walter Seaver's documents. We've got his prescription. We've got his protocol of when he's keeping, the nurse is keeping track of his injections. Please follow exactly the injection scheme. Exactly 12 hours. Start with the third injection in the interval must by 1 hour each time. After the 10th injection, there's a mandatory pause of 6 days. The next 10 should follow exactly the above description. When you adhere to the above instructions, the first, 11th, and 20th injection must be applied at the same time. What kind of craziness is this? What kind of insane injection is this? I mean, that is ridiculous that a human would follow those instructions. All right, but we're going to organize these documents by suspect. Okay, so here's a complaint that was filed against Joseph Bremer. It says, I, Walter Sivers, home address, Hammond Street 17, demand the demolition of an unauthorized house annex. A garage that my neighbor Joseph Bremer has constructed on his plot without my consent. The garage almost completely blocks the sun, so there's almost no light in my windows in the morning. A violation of my civil right for the sunlight. Furthermore, this construction was built without the proper consent of the direct neighbors, which is a violation of the local jurisdiction regulations. September 20th, 2016. So a little less than a year ago, he filed this complaint against our guy, so he's got a little bit of motive. All right, we've got a map from, I presume, the club. Yes, that's the club. So this is Lucas. We're going to pile this together with Lucas's documents because this is all about could Lucas get from the club to the house. And if you'll remember, that document seemed to suggest it only takes 6 minutes. We know he left. He had 15 minutes to get there before the fire people. It seems like a stretch to me. Okay, now here's another document from Walter to his doctor. Dr. Ritz, I'm a law-abiding citizen and make use of the services of your clinic on a regular basis. My complaint concerns your physiotherapist, Dr. Stern, and a sedative that he prescribed. This sedative has a negative side effect, which is causing not only a major inconvenience, but also a serious threat to my health. As soon as the medication is administered, it causes me to fall asleep for a period of approximately 2 hours. I consider this a lack of competence and insist on immediate replacement of the medication. If no actions are taken, I will forward the complaint on May 25th. So is this going to set up an alibi for our guy, like he was supposed to give himself the shot at exactly this time, which would put him asleep? kind of seems that way. So let's see if we can line it up. It must be followed. This is kind of a stretch, but okay. The interval between the first and the second must be exactly 12 hours. And then, starting with the third injection, interval must increase by 1 hour each time. After the 10th injection, there's a pause of 6 days. Then the subsequent 10th should follow exactly the above description. The first, 11th, and 20th injection must be applied at the same time. Okay. First, 11th, and 20th must be applied at the same time. So we know he got his first shot at 2 p.m., right? So we're saying this, according to this, at the 11th shot should have been at 2 p.m. and the 20th shot at 2 p.m. So we could calculate the day and the time. This is an hour later, so 2 p.m. So I guess it's saying like 2 p.m. The interval between the first and the second injection, 12 hours, and then 1 hour. So like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 10 a.m., then he's supposed to pause 6 days. Subsequent 10 are exactly the above. So again, 2 p.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. And then he pauses for 6 days. Okay, so it's going to be 6 days pause, which gets us to May 20th area, or 21st. And then another 2 days, which would bring us to the 27th or 8th. And then he goes on his schedule again. So we could calculate what day he should fall in there. Okay, well, rather than, yeah, I would want different medicine. Yeah, me too. That's ridiculous. Okay, so it looks like, I'm not going to do this now, but it sure looks like that we could use this to figure out if he should have been asleep during the fire. And you could almost guess that the answer is yes. Like, even as a metagame, rather than working it all out, why would they give us all this if we couldn't show that? So I'm almost gonna, I mean, like, we could go through it for fun, but for now, we might just assume that for our working theory that Walter Sivers, I'm just gonna say C schedule for, I'm just gonna write down unchecked because we haven't verified it yet, alibi, but that could give him an alibi, although that's an insane medication. All right, so there's Walter. We know his motive and possibly his alibi. Car database, which we know there was a Volvo being tracked. Like, we'll come back to this, but let's try to organize Walter's stuff first. Okay, what is this document? Can someone help me with this? What is this? Arrival date, departure date, family name, signature. Oh, it's a hotel. It says Hotel, can you read that? Hotel Rollsendorfer Street, 18. Site 122, I don't know, page 122. Okay, so this is a hotel. I noticed something interesting. I want you to look at this. I want you to look at this for a second. Now, one thing jumps out to me here. Like, there's no names here in our case, right? But I do notice something. Jonathan Warner says Walter. Oh, do you see Walter's name in there? No, you're just talking about Walter in the... If he's guilty, they made him a sympathetic antagonist. Yes. Okay, but I noticed something in this list of people that whose names I don't seem relevant to our case. Here's the name that jumps out to me, Hermione. Because remember the little girl is saying, I forgot my favorite Harry Potter book. The mother's going to pick it up on the way back. Like, is that what we're seeing here? Oh, yeah, now it's for sure. Ron Weasley. Look at that. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. So, what we found here is a little interesting thing where someone has signed into this hotel with Harry Potter aliases. I didn't even notice that Ron Weasley in the beginning. So I'm going to make a note that that entry there is highly telling of our family here, either the wife or the kids. So hotel sign-in sheet. Okay, let's look at this entry a little more closely that they've signed in. What are the details here? Can you see that? Okay, what have we got here? What are our details here? It's May 30th, they checked in. And May 31st, they departed. Oh, they've got times here too. They arrived at 11:35 p.m. Is that right? 30, there's the date, there's the time. And then they left on the 31st at 6:45 a.m. That's how I'm reading it. Can you see that? Do you read that the same? It's day, month, year, / time. Day, month, year, / time. So they came in at night. Two people, I guess we're assuming, a man and a woman. Now, here's the signature. Those look like adult signatures, but what do you think? Can you read that? Does that say like... I'm just going to put a man and a woman. So if that's related, Mom and Dad had a fight. He drove to Grandma's. Mom drove to her appointment. She'll pick up the book on her way back. I'm a little confused by this. May 31st, Mom came back in the middle of the night. She smelled of petrol. So I'm a little confused now. If on the night of the fire, he was at Grandma's house? Is that what we're... It wasn't his house? Like I'm a little thrown by that. The fire was May 31st. It was at their house. Holmanstraat 19, where Frida lived. So it wasn't at the grandmother's house. So I'm a little confused. I guess this is the day before the fire. No. The fire was May 31st at midnight. Right? So the night of the 30th. Okay. So on the day of the 30th, they had a fight. We know this is the kid. We drove, not he. We drove to grandma's. Ah, okay. Not he drove, we drove. Yes, Jonathan says, I think the wife took the kids and moved out. Yes, okay, absolutely right. It's not he drove, it's we drove. So the mother takes the kids to grandma's. The kid says, I forgot Harry Potter. The mom says, I got an appointment. I'll pick up the Harry Potter book on my way back. Mom came back in the middle of the night on the... I don't know if she's writing this on the evening or the next day. She smelled like petrol. But who checked in here then? Like, they're at grandma's. They're not at the hotel. The mother and the kid didn't go to the hotel. They went to grandma's. So who checked into the hotel? Interesting. So it's on the day they go to grandma's. Mom drove to her appointment during the day. Okay. Then the next day, mom came back in the middle of the night. She smelled like petrol. Huh. Okay. Don't know. But at least we understand a piece of that. So where are we going to file this? We don't know where this gets filed. Okay. All right, let's continue our organization here. We've got Walter's files here. Walter's got a pretty hefty set of files. We've got this document that we don't know where it fits in yet. Okay, here's our cats files we should organize. Remember this one? This is him complaining about being fired, which gives cats a motive. We've got the drawing by Mitzi. That doesn't really belong anywhere either. We've got the call. We think we understand that one. I wonder if we should have a pile for documents that we think we've been through and understand. I guess this is the Alma file. Let's put this with the flights for Alma. So I'm going to organize our documents for Alma. All right, we've got another Walter file. Let's combine this with our... Oh, in fact, we got another Walter file. Okay, let's combine this. Oh, and we've got a hotel security footage. Let's look at that in a second. Don't peek at that yet. Let's combine our Walter file and look at these new documents about him. Maybe I'll put the car information in one place. That's car. That's car. That's car. I guess the car might be our driver. All right, where's our Walter file here? Okay, let's look at these new documents from Walter. It's a police report. Time of crime, May 7th, 5:24 p.m. The site of the crime was at Bremer's house, 19 Hohenstrasse. Suspect is Walter Sivers, born in 1955 in Stuttgart, divorced pensioner who lives next door. There's his phone number if someone wants to call Walter up. Any international people? Let's look at what Jonathan says. I'm mixed on this, but I guess the wife left the daughter at grandma and then went to hotel. Should check the times. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable guess. It makes sense. And then I think, so what you're saying makes sense if we read this as saying, if we read that note by the kid as being like, my mother went and didn't come back till the next day. So on the day of the 30th, Mom drove to her appointment and she'll pick up the book on her way back, and then she doesn't get back till the next day. Or at least after midnight. That does match up. It's looking like the wife's got a pretty good... but who did the wife check in with? Right? The wife didn't go alone. All right, we'll come back to that. Let's continue with Walter's. Look, there's a photo of Walter. He looks pretty upset. All right, so what did Walter do? Complaint continued. The claimant is Joseph Bremer. He signed this report. The suspect threw a stone into the garage window of the claimant located at the address, Almond Street 19. No one was injured. Okay. So, pretty mild stuff. We know he's upset. We know his medicine is making him act up, but we know his medicine's making him sleepy. But we know he's got stress. So, I mean, that's not a great motive, but if he's a little whacked out, could always be him, but I think we don't think it's him. I don't think we think it's him. Are we done with Walter's? Nope, we got another one. Okay, here's another report from Walter. So I guess we're being led to believe that he's like this cranky guy who's consistently got a problem. All right, let's take a look at this document. Oh, it's a court verdict from 2013. The suspect, Walter Sivers, set his neighbor Ralph Strauss's doghouse on fire. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, so we've got a 2013 report of him starting a fire. Nobody was injured. The suspect confessed and explained his action as follows. The neighbor's dog barked at night and repeatedly robbed him of his sleep. Mr. Strauss did not react to Mr. Sivers' complaint whatsoever, which led him, in his frustrated state, to his actions. The suspect is found guilty. The court therefore orders a 2-year sentence of probation and a fine of $3,000. Okay, so Walter has a history of starting fires. That might be enough as a detective for you to run down his alibi and check out those hours. So we'll do that before our case is over. Okay. That's Walter's file complete. Now, let's take a look at this document. Now, I noticed something immediately that's very interesting. But maybe is not, we don't need it. It's overkill. But let's look. Here's room 11 at the Hotel Reisdorfer, Straße 18. As we know, there's our hotel. There's a time stamp on it. We can bet that this is going to match up with this. So 30th of May at 11:41, They checked in at 11:35, so here they are getting to their room. So room 11. Okay, here they are. Now, I want you to notice something. I don't know what this is in the corner here, but I want you to notice something. So there's a woman and there's a man. That confirms what we think about woman and man. At least this looks like a man. Now I want you to notice this woman. Do you notice anything about her? Jonathan Warner says, crazy theory, the medicine is causing Walter to black out. He thinks he's asleep, but actually performing crimes. That is a scary thought. That's a scary thought, that like our whole finding his alibi of him being asleep really just makes it confirm that he's the criminal. All right, but let's put that aside for now. Do you notice anything interesting about this woman? Aside from the fact that it looks like she might have a wig there, but I want to show you something. Okay, so you got a couple seconds before I bring it out to remember something. Okay, it's not the cars. Okay, let's look at the drawing. What do you see now? Do you spot anything? Just putting some of these together while I wait for you to see if you spot anything. Not that we need this because we already knew this information, but you can see the dress. That's right. So there's the stars on the dress and there's the stars on her. Now, here's something interesting. Is this? Like, that's definitely the mother in her star dress. But if it's from that evening, like, is that? I mean, it's not checkered. So that makes you think it's not the father, doesn't it? I don't know if you can see it in that camera. It looks so dark. But basically, he's wearing a New York Yankees hat, and he's got checkered shirt and sneakers and pants. So his general outfit matches, but... and you can't tell color because it's black and white, but you would think if she's doing this such detailed thing, and she's got this plaid shirt of Bruna, no shirt, so this makes me think it's not the father, which, of course, why would it be, right? We think they got into a fight, so we have no reason why she would be hanging out. But maybe if he was faking his own death, if that was him. So it doesn't, but it looks like she's hooking up with another guy. I mean, she sure seems like our candidate suspect. Now, do you think we could find on this map where this hotel is? Reusendorfer? Like how far away the map is. If she's here at 11:35, let's come back to that. But we know we're almost positive now that this is Frida and unknown male. Why is she, if she's upset at the husband cheating, and she's cheating with someone? That's weird. Okay. Let's keep these together. In fact, let's keep these together with this document and this document. Okay, this is all mother stuff. Now, what do we think? We've got this report of Joseph's medical report about him getting lightheaded around low oxygen. I don't know what quite to make of this. Is this 5/23? When did he take out his insurance policy? 5/27. When did he lose all the money? He lost all his money on May 20th. We don't know what this means either. Monday 18th. This just could be his notes, or is this? We don't know. All right, we don't know what to make of this. This is our Lucas information. Fan club membership fees. These are like our Fisher information. Boy, they seem like complete red herrings. Unless one of the Fishers is connected to the wife. I'm going to make a file of Joseph's just information. So that's his file, his medical file. So let's put those together. That was a good idea to organize these by suspect. Okay, so that's Lucas. We think Lucas has a pretty good alibi. It's possible that it's the driver, and that's why he's firing the driver. Is that why he's firing the driver? Because the driver was having an affair with the wife that he found out about? Like, she gets the letter, she comes to him, and she's like, F you, I'm leaving, and guess what? I had an affair with the driver. Let's figure out if we can track that driver to any information. I like that idea. I like this idea. We'll want to track Alma in a bit too. All right, let's focus on this driver and these car documents we have and see if we can make sense of that. But Jonathan says, I like the affair theory. Yes, I do too. That would make some sense, although how are they going to get any money from it? Like, is it just... Not sure. But let's take a 5-minute break. We'll refresh our drinks, and then we'll dive into these car records and see what we can figure out. So I will see you in 5 minutes. Okay, I just went in the kitchen. I wolfed down some miso soup. That miso soup is so delicious. If you want a suggestion for a meal, easy meal to make, miso paste in water. My wife makes it. I don't know the details of how to make it, but I know it's miso paste and water, and then you can add some other stuff like some chopped spring onions. But then pieces of tofu. I'm vegetarian, so this is pure vegetarian. Pieces of cubed tofu, and then there's two secrets. The best secret is you get this fried tofu. They come in like packages of like cubes, whatever, and just slice it thin, and it's like noodles. It's like tofu, fried tofu noodles. It tastes amazing. And then to really make it good, you get some vegetable dumplings, fry them up, and add them to the soup. It's amazing. Okay, we're back. We got a working theory, just a theory. And now we're going to see if we can't track down these last suspects and figure out if we can connect the wife, who's got a good motive and opportunity, with the driver, or figure out who is that other person checking into the hotel with her. I do want to look at something. So I was looking to see if there was a date from when he got fired. So here, look at this. So there is actually a date on this. There's no date on the letter that the driver sends, but rejected Bremer. Okay, May 28th. And when does this letter arrive? May 27th. May 27th. So that's my working theory. The jealous woman writes the wife and says, your husband's cheating on you. The wife confronts the husband, and in the process to strike out at the husband, Joseph, she says, and I'm having an affair with the driver. And the husband's like, that's it, you're fired. Yeah. Okay, so Heinrich Katz, let's find our little index card for him, because we've got an address on him now, which might come in handy. Where is Heinrich Katz? Okay, here's Heinrich Katz. Okay, we've got his address now. Munchener Street, 23. And we got this from his letterhead. Okay. Now let us see if any of these card documents pertain to him. One thing that's a little weird about some of these documents was that we've got no information about whether they're the documents of our investigative reporter. That's how I'm assuming these are. But is this the police file? Is this information that the police collected? That's what's a little confusing. My cat is making meow sounds. You can get out, can't you? You can't open the door? You can do it. There's a special handle for the cat on the door down by her. But it looks like maybe the door's closed a little tight. She can't use it, but I'll deal with that later. Really? Try to do it yourself. Okay. Let's see what we got here. They're tracking a Volkswagen Polo. It says, okay, so it's a Volkswagen Polo. It says the owner's name is Karl Nobeck. That's our guy. that's falsely accused. But why would we want... Is this so we can rule him out? I'm a little confused, but all right, let's take a look at this document together and see what we can make of it. Where's our other map? Okay, here's our other map. So let's overlay it here so we can see where everything is. So Hassenstrader is over here somewhere. Okay, there's a little mark there marking it. That's a little mark. All right, while I show you this, while you look at this map, there's a little mark there where their house is. I'm going to let the cat out. All right, I hear you. There you go. Okay. That's how you do it. You switch to a top-down view that no one can see, then you can get up where no one sees you, and now you're back. Okay, so there's the house. So we saw our guy, assuming this is the journalist, Karl Notebeck, that we're trying to prove is innocent. He did drive by it. But look, we've got hits on cell towers, or at least GPS tracker. So we can find out, when did he... Okay, when was he by there? Let's see, can we track... How do we track this? Longitude, latitude. How do we find longitude and latitude from this map? You know how we do it, right? We go online. Oh, it's on this one already. Is it on this one already? No, it's not. Okay, so here's the tracking of his car. Longitude and latitude. All right, let's see if we can get longitude and latitude from OpenStreetMaps or Google Maps. We'll start here. Adlerstein. Guess I'll go so you can see it too. All right, that doesn't look quite right. Adlerstein map. Is that going to give us longitude and latitude? All right, let's see what we can do here. Well, where's our actual... I wonder if we can search by latitude and longitude. There we go. Well, let's look up the actual address. Where is our actual address of all this? Okay. HOHM. Strong. No, that's not quite right. There's Adlerstein. How do I... I feel like I'm not very good at this map. Use his coordinate increasing and decreasing to make sense of his route. That's interesting. I really feel like we could figure this out. Well, you have an interesting point. I mean, I guess he went... He went one of these. So he started, if he started here or started here. I'd really like to be able to get this up here. Can we... W-I-E-R. I just feel like I'm kind of lost here. You would think I'd be able to understand. Like, I don't even... We search for Adlerstein. No, guys, come on. It's not right. It's finding mountainous areas. Alright, what if we try giving it an actual 49.333 latitude, 10.863. Oh, guys, come on. You don't know how to parse that information, really? Alright. That's kind of frustrating. Let's try this. Latitude 49.333056. Longitude is 10.863.833. Really, you're not gonna let me? Why is it not letting me? Why would I have to type something here? You know, that's not right, guys. That's not right. Use the name of a place or click the location on the map. That's not what we want to do. We want to give you the information and have you tell it where it is. In the search box, enter your coordinates. Here are examples of formats that work. Okay. What is it, comma or semicolon? Okay. If we're a little more specific, 33056 10.863833. Okay. Okay, so found a place. Seitendorf. It's in Germany, so I guess that's right, but there's not details. So it doesn't know the city. According to this, that's out. It would be lovely if they just gave me some confirmation that we're in the right area. I just don't. This looks like it's in the middle of a city, and this is showing we're in the middle of nowhere. All right, guys, you got me. I give up. I give up on maps. Maybe it's Google Maps. All right, let's see. If I go this way, 49.3329. Okay. So they're getting smaller as we go to the right. 863, 863, 661, 863. Okay, smaller as we go down, smaller as we go to the right. So going this way, getting smaller. You can see showing he stopped here. Well, we know he stopped and watched the fire, so that makes sense that it's here at a little over past midnight. Then he stays and drives away. So even ignoring all this, we know if he stopped here, then the only time he was actually stopped was in this period from 4:05, 4:45, 4 minutes past, 5 minutes past midnight, and then leaves at 8 minutes, 9 minutes past midnight. So if anything, he's only there for 5 minutes. That's the only time he's stopped. Otherwise, he's driving from 11:54 to 20 past midnight. So unless he left and came back, I don't think he could be involved, assuming that's his car. Please don't have any more longitude and latitude for me again. Volkswagen Polo, red. Okay, well maybe the fact that it's red doesn't mean anything. Our guy's not on this list. There is a Katz, a Norbert Katz. Heinrich Katz, okay. Let's go to something we can understand. Maybe Jonathan says maybe we're just supposed to use the coordinates increasing, decreasing to make sense of his route. I guess this gets us a more exact time the fire started. Yeah, it's just confusing to me. But yes, you're right. It gives us a little bit of time if he's photographing the fire. I think at least the part about this I can make sense of without just getting frustrated trying to understand the map is just that he's only stopped for this small amount of time here. A little bit past midnight for 5 minutes, and then he's gone. And he came in this way and this way, and I guess maybe we can track him to the zoo, but whatever. But it seems like he's in and out of there. Okay, let's concentrate on stuff we can do. There's Heinrich Katz. He's got a Mercedes 2001. His license plate is ADKB 301. Let's look at that together. Heinrich Katz, Mercedes, green. Okay, so Heinrich Katz is a green Mercedes. Now, let's look if anyone else we know here. I mean, I do notice that there's another Katz, a Norbert Katz. And then Lucas. Is that our other Lucas son? That could be the son she's checking in the hotel with, let's not forget. So maybe let's just make a note here of cars of interest, right? So we've got Heinrich Katz. We've got Norbert Katz, could be like his son car that he's using. And then we've also got Lucas. So we've got a Mercedes from Heinrich, a Mercedes from Lucas, and Norbert has an Opel. Heinrich is a green ADKB 301. Norbert Katz has a black ABKB 371, and Lucas has a black Mercedes APAB 331. Okay, let's now see what is this. Whose car is this we're seeing? AD KB301. Well, that's our Heinrich Katz. Now, is he in the outfit that we see at that hotel? Because I think he might very well be. He's got a baseball hat. He's got a checkered shirt. So he's definitely in his green Mercedes. Okay, let me tell you what he's wearing. I don't know how well you can see it. He's wearing a baseball cap. And I can see in this picture here, it's got a New York Yankees logo on it. You probably can't quite make that out. This is at the 30th at 10:30 p.m. So at 10:30 p.m., he is found, and he's got a checkered red and black shirt. So I think we found who the wife's shacking up with. So 10:30 p.m. on 5:30, he's got Yankees hat, Yankees cap, checkered shirt, jeans. What about his shoes? Looks like he's got black sneakers with white laces. Or at least dark sneakers with white laces. Okay, now, can we identify where that is? I can't quite make out anything definitive about where they are. It says Solon 21. I don't know if that means... Oh, it looks like stall 2, stall 1. So that doesn't really seem like it helps. I don't know how we would find out where that is, but he's getting ready to drive. Now, let's match him up there with that hotel scene. Let's confirm. Okay, well, that is that. I don't know how well you guys can see it, but he's wearing a checkered shirt, Yankees cap, dark sneakers, light laces. Like, that is him. That is him. It's a little hard to see in this screen. Is someone sneaking around his car in the final photo? That's an interesting idea. I think it's just him, but what is he doing back there? No, he's just gassing it up. He's like looking in the gas cap. 26, 26, 26, 26. Oh, it's a minute past. 29, 30, 31, 32. So he stops, he takes the gas, he fills it. He's doing something, you're right. Oh, you think he's filling up a canister of gas? Is that what he's doing? Is he filling up a canister of gas? Like, is he not just filling up his car, but is he... Like, I think you're right. He's doing something fishy. I think he might... Like, I don't see any canister, but... He's acting a little fishy back there. I was trying to see if I could see someone in that car with him. There's definitely no one in the back seat. I think he might be doing something fishy there with the gas, though. Like, I don't see a canister, but I think you're right. Like, he's looking weird. Like, that's how you pump gas here. This is how you stand and pump gas. This is doing something else. So it's like he filled up his car and then he's filling something else up. It almost looks like he's trying to drink from it, but... Yeah. He's doing something fishy. Don't know quite what, but yeah. It would be nice if we could catch him with a canister or something. Oh wait, he does have a canister. He's got something in his hand here. And here, I think he's picking up a canister. Yeah, he's got a canister in his hand right here. Right here, there's a black canister in his hand. You can't see that, but you'll have to take my word for it. All right, well, I think we are starting to put the pieces to this puzzle together. Yeah. In fact, I think we know who to charge. Now, if we think about what information here do we not understand? All right, we didn't look at the airline tickets properly, so let's look at that. Let's look at these and see what sense there is that needs to get made of them. Is the canister in? Oh my God, I think you might be right. That might be what's in the corner of that hotel photo. Like, is that some kind of canister? Oh, I can't tell what that is. I honestly can't tell what that is. It doesn't look like a canister, and it looks like it's they're outside their hotel room. I can't tell what that is. It is intriguing though. It kind of looks like a plant, to be honest. Like that looks like the little leaf of a plant. I wish I could show you this better. I mean, I could try holding it up to the top, but it's not going to focus, so it's not going to work. I can't tell what that is. It might be a plant, it might be their stuff, but it doesn't look like a canister to me. All right, let's go back. Let's tie up our loose ends here. Let's look at these airline tickets. So we know from the call log that he's having this argument with the Alma. She's saying, leave, you said you were going to leave your family for me. He's saying, I'm not going to do it. She says, you'll be sorry. Then she sends the letter on the 27th. Now let's look at these flights. So there's a booking made by Alma. Alma's making this booking in both cases. Alma's booking and then canceling. So she's booking for both of them. They're going from Frankfurt to Palma on the 24th of May. That's right after they had this conversation. Coming back on the 30th. Joseph and Alma paid, and they paid $1,000. Now, when does she cancel this? We regret that you canceled your booking and thanks again for using our service. They got €458 back. So she just canceled for Bremer. She kept her flight. So she kept her flight out to Palma, Mallorca and back. So she lives in town. And she canceled the Bremer because Bremer said, I'm not going with you. She's like, everything's solved. I'll wait for you tomorrow. Come a bit early. That's on the, she's talking about the 24th. She's booked tickets for them. It's what's happened. She's booked tickets for the two of them to leave and go on a vacation together. He's saying, I'm not leaving with you. She's already booked the tickets on the 23rd. Can you see that? So she's booked these tickets for the two of them to leave town on the 23rd. On the 23rd, she buys these tickets. She calls him up. She says, okay, we're going. I got us tickets. We're going to have the most amazing romantic vacation. I'll wait for you tomorrow at the airport. Please come a bit early to get your seat. He says, nope, I'm not coming. I'm not leaving my wife. She calls the airport. She says, cancel his ticket. I'm going alone. Then she goes. And from Palma, Mallorca, she sends the letter to the wife, furious and angry on the 27th, right? Now, we're meant to think that maybe her flight back was on the 30th. She kept her ticket, remember, so she left to Palma, Mallorca. We know she's in Palma, Mallorca because that's where she sent this letter from. But she could have come back on the 30th as planned, except we know from the newspaper that there was this huge storm. The weather forecast blocked all flights in and out. So our woman Alma, who wrote this letter, is stuck in Palma, Mallorca. She could not have done the murder. So that's that. She is accounted for. It's not Alma. Some sort of device with a rag as a fuse. That's an interesting. That's an interesting theory. You might be right, Jonathan. I'm not sure. I can't identify it. I don't know why we're supposed to care about this Adlerstein membership club. I mean, these are the Fishers. They're completely red herrings. It just shows that they're members. I guess, you know what this is? I think this fan club hint is supposed to be the backup way of prodding the player to connect them with this riot at this football club. It's trying to, in case you missed the names that they were arrested, this is to help push you down that path to connect them with the football club. So I think they're accounted for. And we've connected the wife with the driver. We've come up with a very plausible theory of why they're working together. You know what would be, it might make sense for us to look up the Facebook page of that guy again what was his name? There was a link for him. I want to make sure he's not wearing a checkered shirt. So it was facebook.com Bremer Lucas. So yeah, look, there he is on the night of, right? He is not wearing a checkered shirt. Nor does he have a cap. So it's not him. Okay, so I think we understand what happened here, right? But do we understand the insurance? And we don't exactly understand we haven't completely nailed down Walter's alibi from his injections, but maybe we can do that in a minute, or if we want to. But I want to see if we understand. Let's walk through the motive. Okay, so the wife gets a letter. that proves that he's having an affair. And it's 3 days after their wedding anniversary, don't forget. Or I guess we decided the anniversary was on the 24th, so 6 days after the anniversary. So she gets a letter saying, hey, your husband's cheating on you. I don't need him anymore. She confronts the husband, who wasn't going to leave her, right? He was said, for the sake of the children, I'm not leaving. She confronts the husband. They have a fight. She says, guess what? I'm having an affair with your driver, your friend. So take that. He says, that's it. The driver's fired. Fires the driver. And when does he get the insurance? So on the 27th, insured person. Well, wait a second. The insured person is Joseph Bremer. But do we know who took out the policy? It's household insurance. So I'm not quite sure we understand how the insurance ties in. They have a fight. He says, I wasn't going to leave you. I did have an affair, but I'm not going to leave you, right? Like, we have his phone conversations. We know he didn't want to leave her. At least on the 24th. Then she says, I'm having an affair with the driver. So he fires the driver. Then, on the 30th, they have a fight. Mom and Dad had a fight. We drove to Grandma's. She smells like medicine. I forgot my favorite book, Harry Potter. Mom drove to her appointment. Her appointment. Jonathan says, was the wife drugging him? Is that why he was anemic? Or did she just learn this and take advantage? That's an interesting idea. Let's look at the doctor's report and see when the doctor report happened. But let's finish this first a second. So the mother says, I have an appointment. It's an appointment to kill the husband is what it is. Mom came back in the middle of the night. She smelled like petrol. So the mother went and killed him with the help of the driver on the 30th. The only thing that's confusing me is why insurance was taken out. Now, let's think of it this way. If the wife took out the insurance, it would make complete sense that she took out the insurance, she killed him, and they're going to collect the insurance. The wife, and she's going to share it with the driver. So, but everything we see here looks like he took out the insurance. We know the insured person is Joseph Bremer. I mean, maybe, like, how would she convince him to take out this insurance? That's the part that's weird. Like, unless she took it out. Can we connect her to taking out the insurance? Let's look at that medical records again. I mean, I guess she could have... actually, where's the notebook? I want to look at, see if there's anything in here. Let's see. The insurance number is 834-90529. Let's see if that comes up anywhere. Monday 18th appointment and editorial information. Does this crossed off number readable? 0145. That doesn't look like it's anything to do with our insurance. I'd love to be able to tie the woman to the insurance. Like, why would he get insurance on his place? It has to be the wife getting the insurance. So we learned about that insurance from this notebook. Which is just here. But what do you think? Kind of looks like, well, no, it doesn't look like woman's handwriting. It's our guy's handwriting. Adlerstein info, Joseph Bremer. Pico Insurance. Why would he take out? Can you see if this, does that signature mean anything? Weischershang, Bremer. Does that signature look like it's the wife's signature? Or is that going to be the insurance company's signature? Oh yeah, let's look at the medical, as you were suggesting. Like, our guy went for medical report. All right, let's take a look. So if we look at, you have to email them and ask, yeah, it almost feels like you could email this insurance company and ask if they know who took it out. How crazy would that be? How crazy would that be? From service at, like, look at that. You can actually send them an email. How amazing would that be if you could email them and ask them? I don't think I'm logged in here. I don't think I can get my email so easily. I mean, hold on. I don't want you to see my full my full email. Oh, I don't have to show you. Let's see. Hold on. As long as you're not looking at it. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Let's see. Okay. Let us quickly send an email while we're still thinking about this. And okay, insurance policy inquiry. Okay, so what we're going to ask is, KV, I gotta write this down so I can, because it's an image. KV834. You know what though? They won't tell us. I mean, even if it was real, insurance company's not going to reply and say, "Oh yeah, I'll tell you who took that out." Okay, and this is, but just for fun, unless Jonathan, you want to do this, Jonathan at PE cover SICHER UNG.DE. Okay, let's try this. To service at PECOVER SICHER UNG.DE. UNG.DE. Okay. I am conducting a police and investigation. I need to know the recipient and who took out policy KV834-90529. Time is of the essence. Sincerely, JR. Let's see what happens. 834-90529. Message sent. Okay. No reply yet. Wait. Insurance policy inquiry. Address not found. Service at PE cover SICHER UNG.DE. That's too bad. SICHERUNG. Okay, well, they're out of business. No insurance company is going to give out that information anyway. Okay. Well, shall we try to, I mean, I think we could do everything now, but just for the hell of it, should we try to make sense of Walter's alibi a little bit? This could be a little bit boring, but let's just see if we can make a little bit of sense, or at least pretend to. So, let's look at this together. Basically, he's saying this insane pattern. This is a perfect example. Actually, Jonathan had a fantastic point, which is exactly the kind of thing that happens in these games, not infrequently, where if you're playing a fictional story, you can make up stuff. It's a catch-22. If we found that this schedule had Walter asleep during this exact time, you could either claim it's the alibi that we need for him, or you could take Jonathan's theory and say that he's sleepwalking, and that's exactly when he would commit the crime and not even know it. So in a sense, no matter what answer we get here, it's going to feel like it's not very convincing. But it would be fun to find that the game is trying to tell us this. So let's see if we can make sense of this. The interval between the first and the second one is 12 hours. So if the first one was on May 14th at 2 p.m., the second one will be May 15th at 2 a.m. That's his second one. And then the third injection is 1 hour interval must increase. But what does that mean, the interval must increase? Does mean the interval has to be 13 hours? That wouldn't quite make sense, because then you'd have May 15th and then 15th, 16th, 16th, 17th, 17th, 18th, 18th. And then you got to skip 6 days. 15th, 15th, 16th, 16th, 17th, 17th, 18th, 18th. Now we skip 6 days and we're on the 14th. Sorry. We're on the 24th, I mean. Okay, so 24th, 24th, 25th, 25th, 26th, 26th, 27, 27, 28, 28. Then we skip 6 days, which brings us way into June. And is this supposed to go beyond into June? All right, let's just check it out. May 15th at 2 a.m. Then it's too painful to have to do this. So the next one, if it was 13 hours, would be May 16th at 3 p.m. Next one would be May 17th at 5 a.m. Then, wait, this would be May 15th at 3 p.m. Then May 16th at 5 a.m. 4, 5. Okay. 16th at 5 a.m. Then it'll be 16th at, this is plus 12, plus 13, plus 14. Okay, and plus 15 would take us to 5 p.m., 8 p.m. That doesn't seem right. 3 p.m. goes to 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., okay. And then 5 p.m., 6, 7, 8, okay. And then the next one would be 16 hours. So that would be 8 a.m. plus 4 would be 12 noon on the 17th. That would be 6, 9, 10. This is too annoying to do. 17 hours would be midnight plus 5 would be 5 a.m. I'm probably skipping hours here by mistake. That's 5 p.m. plus 6 would be 11 p.m. This is on the 18th. 18th. 19 would give us 11 a.m. plus 7. 6 p.m. on the 19th. Hours would be 6 a.m. plus 6 is noon. 6 p.m. No. 6 p.m. 6 a.m. minus 4 is 2 a.m. on the 20th. Then you wait 6 days and you get to the, It's a lot of work, just makes us feel bad for Walter, even less incentive to complete it. Yeah, I'm going to stop in a second here. But then the 26 would be his next shot. It is interesting that we circled back to 2 a.m. That makes me think that's about right. But 26, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Like if it recycled, that's the 26th, 27th, 28th. I made some mistake here. 29th, 30th. It's too much trouble, but it's about right. Like I think it's about, it might be his 11 p.m. shot. All right, I'm going to pretend that I've calculated it to be, he would have taken an 11 p.m. shot. There's no other reason we know it's him. I'm just going to pretend. Okay, yes, let's look at Joseph's medical report again and see what we can find. That was pretty painful. It was needlessly convoluted. Needlessly convoluted. All right, let's look at Joseph's. So he goes here on the 23rd. This is right before, right during his phone messages, like right after he's having the affair with the woman. Right? Where are those records? Well, let's look at this for a second. May 23rd at 9 p.m. He's talking to Alma. But this report he gets... Oh, but look, it was sent... Okay, so it was sent after he's dead. Okay, it was sent after he's dead. But it looks like maybe he went to this in vitro. Does that mean... Was this about having a baby? In vitro medicine? All right, so anyway, they studied him on the 23rd. But it doesn't get sent. So this, no one saw this. None of our people saw this. Didn't get sent till later, but let's see. Blood deficiency anemia, blood loss or low iron diet, dizziness with potential loss of conscience in case of low oxygen supply. Avoid areas with low oxygen content. Let's look up this in vitro. In vitro medicine. I'm just looking up at in vitro diagnostics is a term for medical devices for medical laboratory testing of samples from the human body. Okay, so it's not in vitro fertilization. Jonathan says, I think sideropenic anemia can be caused by lead poisoning. Low iron diet. This is weird. This is boy, we have been in this spot before where we've got a piece of evidence that's jumping out as not being understood. Like, here's this thing we don't understand what it has to do with. And I have been in this spot before where I'm like, well, I just don't get that one piece. Let me try to solve it. And it turns out that not sticking with that thing would have helped explain something. So, okay, it's not in vitro fertilization. It's just a report. He goes there on the same day he's hanging out with Alma. What does it mean? It doesn't make sense, Jonathan, that she was poisoning him now, because she doesn't get the letter for a few days. Like, why would she be poisoning him? She doesn't get the letter and get upset for a couple days. Dizziness with potential loss of conscience in case of low oxygen supply. I mean, this is making you think that he passed out at the... related to cancer. He has cancer, but how does that fit into our story, though? Let's read that notebook again. On the night between May 20th and May 21st, brothers Fisher demolished the car of Bremer. They could have set his house on fire, but why? He lost 100,000 euro in a card game. That's the motive. They trashed his car. Let's take a look at the newspaper again. I helped the monkeys escape the zoo. Snuck into a zoo last night. Opened a cage with chimpanzees and released the primates. He was planning to record a video. Let's go over all of our evidence. I really am uncomfortable with this medical report. Okay, Duke of Zill says, I own this game, but I'm yet to play it, so I'm briefly popping in to see how you're enjoying it. I've already played Death of Antarctica. Spoilers. Duke, you can leave now. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's very cool to look at all this stuff. But you better leave now because we're talking. He just passed out quicker than expected because of anemia. Yeah. I mean, you could imagine, we're talking about the case now, Duke of Zill, so you should probably leave. The other path would be like, was he not supposed to die? But, like, was he just supposed to... Was the building just supposed to burn down? Were they helping him? The thing is, like, I'm trying to think, is there a path in which you say that he wasn't supposed to die, that they were all in it together to commit this arson to get the money? But that wouldn't make sense with the driver being fired. But it is true that he was not going to leave her. And it's not true that everything was fine, because when he's on the phone with her, he's saying, you cannot do it to her. You can't tell her the truth. So it does seem like it's not like the wife knows everything and the wife's not mad. The wife is clearly mad. They clearly had a fight. So let's go over all of our evidence again and see. They check in, they check out, they did the burning down. When did they check out? Let's see. They check out at 6:45 a.m. So they're in the hotel. The wife is in the hotel overnight while the place is burning down. So she's hiding out overnight while the place is burning down. We know the girlfriend's whole story. We know the letter she sent. We know that the brothers are not involved. We know that Walter is not involved with all these documents of Walter. We know he's not involved. Lucas Bremer has a good alibi and his motives are not good enough. Okay. The cars let us track down our driver, filling up gas, and meeting up with the wife. I think that all makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's look at this stuff from the driver again. Let's look at the driver's letter again to see if it reveals anything. I'm your personal driver. I was your friend. Wedding ceremony. Your daughters were born. Human Resources called and fired you. I have one son and two daughters. I can't pay for their education. I hope that was a dismissal. You owe me money. Rejected. All right, well, that gives that guy motive. All right. So there's two pieces of evidence we don't quite get. One could just be we're not following it in detail, but at least it's unresolved, I'll say. Okay, so here they are. The main one is this medical report, which we don't there's three pieces. All right, let's write them down. There's three pieces that are, is the person in the photo not the driver? Okay, let's look at that. Jonathan says, wait, did he fire the driver so the driver would not have the car? Is the person in the photo not the driver? Let's read that. That's a good point. That's a great point if it's true. Okay, let's find that. Boy, that is true. If that's true. Okay. Wow, look at that. Jonathan, you may have found something important here. What happened today? I did not get an explanation. An employee from Human Resources caught me at work and forced me to return the car permit and the keys. I think it's a good point. However, that would be for the business car, not for his personal car, right? And the records we have in the car database seem to be for Heinz's car. Like it's registered to him. So if that's true, they wouldn't be able to take away those keys. So I think it was a brilliant idea you had, but no matter how you cut it, he should have the keys. Like either he's the driver for the company car, which then wouldn't be registered to him, or it's his personal car, so that's not the keys they took. But I think you got an interesting point. Yeah, Mercedes is a nice car. Although, look, it's 16 years old. How long has he been working for him? 20 years. Well, it's a fascinating idea, but think about it. Everything made sense that he was the person. That person in the car is shacking up with the wife, right? And we have to have a reason why this friend of 20 years is getting fired. So, plus we have no other person for that to be. The only other person in our story is Lucas or one of these other two, and none of them are wearing that very recognizable shirt. And it's not our... It's too young to be our guy. I was thinking, like, is it the same? Could it still be the thing that they're making him pass out? That they're killing the driver? But it doesn't make sense. Okay, I still think it was a brilliant idea. It just... the car permit and the keys. I mean, that's troubling. It is troubling that the game is making a point of saying that they took his keys. That's a little scary. That's a little scary, but I just don't see who else it could be. If it's not him, if it's not the driver, then it has to be this guy, our guy faking his own death. And I really don't think that hotel photo was them. Then the whole thing would have had to be planned to... Like, what's the theory then? That they killed the friend of 20 years? So the wife confesses to having an affair. And the husband says what? We're going to burn down the place, fake my death. That doesn't make sense. You can't fake your own death and then go on living your life. So why would you do that? He's in debt. Is it possible it went something like this? Jonathan says, I do think there was someone with a plaid shirt in the bar photo. Is that true? No. I see a photo there. Yeah, it's a plaid-ish kind of shirt, but it doesn't match. It doesn't match that photo. what if it's like this? Sorry, what if it's something like this? Husband comes home, she confronts him, and he's already planned to burn down the house. Like his plan is he owes $100,000. He's going to burn down that house and get the insurance money. He tells the wife she's furious that her husband is totally out of control, gambling debt, having an affair. So she gets together with the driver and she says, my husband just took out this insurance policy. He's going to burn down the house, my house, get the money, use it to pay off this loan and maybe leave me. We should kill him now and we'll get the insurance money. I like it, but this medical thing... The only thing I can think of is that blood loss or low iron diet. Blood loss or low iron diet. Avoid areas with low oxygen content, mountains, deep waters. Why was he going to this mountains? Is that why he couldn't go on the trip? Is that why he couldn't go to Palma de Mallorca? Because he had to avoid mountainous areas? Hmm. One week later. Is he waiting for his medical report? Is that what it is? May 23rd. That's when he goes in for this thing. Like, this lab report is on May 23rd. And it says avoid areas with low oxygen, mountains, deep waters. Where's our newspaper? Where is Palma de Mallorca? Spanish tour due to hurricane raging over the Mediterranean islands. Like is... Palma de Mallorca altitude 43 feet. It's right on the ocean. It's right on the sea. So it's not mountainous area. All right. It's a resort capital around the islands, 43 feet above sea water. Well, it is weird that he went in there that day. Blood loss or low iron diet. Avoid areas with low oxygen content. Mountains, deep waters. I think the wife stole Walter's medicine. It knocks you out. Wait. That's interesting. I think the wife stole Walter's medicine. It knocks you out. Diary said she smelled like medicine. I thought she was saying the grandmother smells like medicine. I thought it was like a little joke about old women. Let's see. That's an interesting point. She stole... You think this is how she was drugging him? Did he say he lost any medicine? That would be a weird thing. Negative side effect is caused me to fall asleep. Yeah, let's look at that medicine again. Maybe it's an interesting idea. So the medicine is anti-stress injection. It is delivered right next door. When was this picked up? In December. So it's a long time ago. It doesn't even say what medicine it is. It just says anti-stress injection ampule. All right, let me find the thing where she says, okay. I love Mitzi. She smells like candy. Mom and Dad had a fight. We drove to Grandma's. She smells like medicine. So we drove. She's not saying her mother smells like medicine. Everyone gets a smell. Mitzi smells like candy. Grandma smells like medicine. And then when the mother came back, she smelled like petrol. So I don't think it was the wife that smelled of medicine. I mean, perhaps the only thing this is telling us is that when the fire broke out, he couldn't breathe and got dizzy. Why he went to the doctor, I don't know. It's troubling. It's very troubling. Like, if you just wanted to tell us that he gets dizzy, why would you make this report done exactly on the 23rd? Which is exactly when he's having this conversation. That's just bizarre. The 23rd is when he was flying out. Maybe he can't go on a flight. Low oxygen content, mountains, deep waters. Maybe that's it. Maybe he can't go on this flight. Maybe it's just to try to explain to us why he didn't go on the flight. But if you look at the phone records, it sure looks like he doesn't want to leave his wife, period, regardless of flight. I didn't promise you anything. I'll tell her the truth. We'll talk about it later. I can't come tomorrow, 1 week later. This is a little interesting, right? He's saying, I've already told you I can't come tomorrow. 1 week later. And that's how long it took the doctor's report. So is that all it is? Is it just that he's saying, look, I've been feeling dizzy lately. I'm not going to leave now? This is crazy that we've got this detailed doctor's report that we don't know why. It's very frustrating. Does it say anything about where in the house the body was found? Oh, let's see. Let's look at this more carefully. Perhaps it does deserve a more careful look from us. Fire started in the kitchen and spread over the house. The owner of the house was the victim and was recovered dead from the burnt house. He has, what is this word here? he had severe burns covering most of his body. Upon entry to the building, traces of fuel were found. Something found. Where's our... So we've got him filling up his car at what, 8:30? We actually know where he lives. We could find it on the map. We don't know how far away it is, but we know he lives in Munchausen 23. I don't know that it really matters here. Adlerstein is a mountain peak. Is it possible that he wanted to leave this whole area? I don't know where this, how far away this guy is, but maybe it doesn't matter. At 8:30, he's seen filling up with petrol, and then they're in the hotel. They're in the hotel at 11:41 after they've burned the place down. When does she check into the hotel? Let's just look. I think we're ready to solve this, Jonathan. Yeah. I mean, I am very bothered by this medical report, but I suppose that... so they check into the hotel at 11:35. So presumably they've already lit the house on fire. It all makes sense to me. Let's take a look at this letter from Alma de Mallorca. You once slept with a married man, ruined his family, didn't you? Did you dare to believe that he'd be faithful to you forever? So she gets this letter. She knows this guy's not faithful. All right, I think we should try to pin the wife and the guy and the driver. And if we somehow miss something about the medicine... Oh, Jonathan has a very good point. He says, back to the burnt clock, it was burned at 11:50. No, that's great. That's a really good point. I don't know why I didn't even make that connection. When I was making the connections with the clock, I didn't even make the connection that it was telling us exactly when the house burned down. So the house burned down at 11:50, which makes which completely fits with our Scenario. They're in the hotel after the house got set on fire at 11:35. So they set the house on fire. They drive to the hotel. 10 minutes later, the whole place is in flames. Makes complete sense with the timeline. And it rules out our guy because he didn't get there until midnight. And maybe this medical report about him passing out from dizziness is just telling us that the wife knew how to kill him. The wife knew they were going to sneak in there. They're going to put some rag over his head or something. He's going to run out of air very quickly and pass out. She knew from experience that he was just going to get passed out for a long period of time, that they would just set the place on fire and no one would notice anything wrong with him, right? Like the fact that it was so easy to make him dizzy and pass out would make it easy for people to think that he just died in the fire and never woke up. Or maybe she knew that she could kill him by just starting a fire and he would die of oxygen and pass out, and that he wouldn't escape. So maybe that's all we need to know. We could talk about whether the game should have given us this sheet or not, if that's the case. So here's what we'll do. We'll take another 5-minute break. It's been about 5 hours. And then I'll just organize everything on the paper in 5 minutes. Jonathan, you've got 5 minutes to think of something else that we're overlooking. Otherwise, we will try to solve it. And we'll just be mad at ourselves if we overlook something. Okay, 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll solve the case. Okay, you are watching Co-op for Two. We're 5 hours into Fire in Adlerstein. We're about ready to try to solve the case. It's been a wonderful experience going through all of these documents. And now we're going to sort of recap our evidence. There's a little bit of uneasiness about a couple pieces of evidence that I don't quite understand the significance of. But Jonathan Warner says, before we start, this is probably not important, but did the Fisher's brothers have something to do with the car? Did they destroy a car? Was it the work car? You remember something about a car. Yeah, in Carl's notebook, he says that on the 20th, the brothers burned up our guy's car. On the evening of May 20th, he lost $20,000. The brothers gave him 10 days and trashed his car as an incentive to pay after the 10 days had passed. So I think they're just red herrings. But let's go over our evidence and what we make of it. The first is a note from our guy that the police suspect. He says, I just saw a fire and took a few pictures of it. And then we've got his longitude and latitude. This one still is a little frustrating for us because we had a little bit of a hard time figuring out how it works. But I guess we could look at this for a second and this is our guy that the police have, his GPS. I guess the take-home message from this would be, I'll get back to that, Jonathan, in a second. I think the take-home message is he's driving, maybe he sees the fire, so he drives up, he stops at the fire to take pictures. We see that that's the only time he stopped. Then he continues on and goes down here. So it looks to me like this verifies his story, that he was just driving around. We know he went to the zoo to set free some monkeys. But maybe if we understood this better, like it might be suspicious that he just drove down and then drove here and drove past. But it doesn't seem suspicious to me. It seems like it checks out the alibi for Carl Noteback. Okay. Then we've got another suspect, which is Lucas, the son. We have testimony that the son was saying bad things about his disgusting father, and he said the next day he was going to play a prank. The real fire would be sparked. He did use the word fire, but so here's a possibility, like maybe he turned on the gas and he thought it would be funny that the gas was on the stove and that there'll be like a big flame when the father woke up and turned on the stove. Either way, though, he was within 6 minutes, but we saw photos of him in Facebook right up until like 15 minutes before the fire. It just seemed unlikely. We had no other evidence that it was him. He wasn't dressed like any of the photos. Then we found this evidence about Alma. She's another potential suspect. We found her cell phone records, and we see that she wants our guy, Joseph Bremer, to come away with her. He says no. We found a decrypted message, which led us to his insurance policy. So much for the theory that the wife took out the insurance policy. It's if he's got the secret. Oh, no, here's where he says my wedding day is tomorrow. So that's, we use that information to get information about the insurance policy. But anyway, he's admitting he's having an affair with this woman. This woman got upset, sent a letter to the wife proving that she was having an affair with him. But then we know that the girlfriend mistress is stuck in Spain, so she couldn't have done it. Then there's this whole side story about this neighbor, Walter Sivers, who's on anti-stress medication and has a history of burning things down. But we believe that his alibi is that he takes this drug that knocks him out from anti-stress. We think that's, we're pretty sure that that's his alibi. Even if it wasn't, we have no other good evidence for him. There's two brothers that our guy owes money to, but we believe that they were arrested for being hooligans and were in jail at the time of the murder. Where things get interesting is with the wife and the driver. We know the wife on the 27th received a letter revealing from the mistress that the husband is having an affair. Whether she knows the husband also gambled $100,000 away, we don't know. But we know the wife learned about the affair, and we know that it resulted in a big fight on the 30th. During that fight, we know the daughter says that the mother dropped them off at grandma's and then left to go to an appointment. And we know that the daughter likes Harry Potter, and we know that the mother doesn't return until the next day in the middle of the night. And she smelled like petrol. Connected to that, we know someone checked into this hotel on the evening of the fire at 11:35, which we know is before the fire started, and didn't check out until the next morning. The person who signed into the hotel used the name Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, a man and a woman. We've got a photo from that hotel. There's their sign-in. Here's the photo. We know this is the mother because the daughter drew a picture which showed the mother in this exact outfit as she was seen checking into the hotel at 11:40 after they came back from the fire. With her is a man in a baseball cap with the New York Yankees logo and a checkered plaid shirt with dark sneakers and white shoelaces. That does not match the older father. But who does it match? Well, we know it matches the car of the driver who used to work for Joseph Bremer. There's his outfit. Taken a photo of him on the 30th at 8 p.m. He's filling up his car with gas, but he's also filling up some container full of gas. There he is wearing the same outfit. So we know it's wearing the same outfit that checked in with the wife into the hotel. We know he's filling up a canister with petrol on the evening. We also know that he was fired dramatically on the 27th. On the 28th. Or at least this letter was received on the 28th. This is the letter that the driver is writing to our guy, saying he cannot understand why he was suddenly fired after 20 years of faithful service. What we put together was that the wife got the letter about the husband cheating on the 27th. On the 27th. So the picture that I put together that I think makes sense is the wife confronts him with this letter about having an affair and tells him she's been having an affair with the driver, which causes him to fire the driver. So that's why the driver is angry and got fired, and it makes sense why the wife and the driver are hooking up in a hotel room and planning the murder. And this is just more evidence that we used to track down the driver. Now, there are, I would say, two pieces of evidence that have confused us. Here are some other photos, by the way. These are the people that we think were red herrings that he owed money to. They were in jail. Evidence of when the fire started. There's our guy shown in his house. Now, there are two pieces of evidence that are confusing us. Number one is this medical report. It's a medical report from Joseph Bremer when he went into the hospital and got examined on the 23rd of May. It was only sent out on the 31st, so after he's already dead. So no one saw this in the family. But why did he go in for this report? It says he was having some blood deficiency anemia, which caused him to be dizzy with potential loss of consciousness in case of low oxygen supply. So maybe if you were in a fire, you would pass out. Or if you went on an airplane, you would pass out. But it's very confusing to us that this report was taken on the 23rd, which is the day he's talking to his mistress, saying he's not going to fly away with her. That's confusing. We don't quite know how that plays in. The other piece of evidence that's quite confusing to us is this insurance policy that we actually had to work quite hard to discover. We had to decipher a crypto code to get access to this page. And it's an insurance policy taken out on the 27th. Remember, that's the same day that the letter came from the mistress. And it's only a few days before the fire. And he takes out a 3-year insurance policy on the household. Fire, water, storm, hail, break-ins, burglaries for $400,000. The insured person is Joseph Bremer. So what's so confusing about this is, why did he take out this policy? It makes sense to think that he was going to burn down his house to get the insurance money to pay off this debt. But then that confuses us about who started the fire. Like if he was going to burn it down to get the insurance policy, but that's too big a coincidence if they're both burning it down. But the best story I can come up with is that the wife confronts him with this letter and he confesses everything. He says, I owe $100,000. Yes, I had the affair. I'm going to burn down our house and get the insurance policy money. The policy date versus the letter. The policy is on the 27th. At least that's when the coverage starts. And the letter postmarked is the 27th. Same day. So one thing that would make sense is if the wife took out the policy. And the password on the page is their wedding date, which would kind of skew towards what a woman traditionally or stereotypically would use as a password. So we don't know who took out the policy. It says Joseph Bremer, but it's possible that the wife took it out, or it's possible the husband took it out and planned to burn down the place, and the wife just decided to get there first and burn down the place. Knowing, like if the husband says, I took out an insurance policy, I'm going to burn our house down, I'm going to give the money, $100,000 to these people I owe, and then I'm going to leave you, or whatever. Maybe the wife says, let's just go, let's go before this guy gets a chance, and we'll burn it down with him in it, and we know he's got this policy. Like if she knew about this policy, that would be a good motive for her to burn the place down. Jonathan asks, did he fire the driver because the car was totaled? No, that doesn't make sense to me. Those two hoodlums that destroyed the car, you don't fire a driver for 20 years because someone burned down your car or broke up your car. So I think we're ready. I'm a little uncomfortable about the insurance policy and a little uncomfortable about the medical. But I think we're ready to do this. Now, let's see. We got two options of how to proceed here. First of all, we can look through our notes and see if there's any notes that we have forgotten to look into. We did the decoding. We got the letters. One comes back smelling of petrol. Started in the kitchen. Started in the kitchen, is that relevant to us? Like someone sabotaged the stove? It is a little weird that the sun is like... It can't be the sun in that car. Can it? Let me just look through these for a second. And that picture of this guy, you can't really see any information. I was thinking, like, he looks pretty young, this guy. Jonathan in the channel, yes, Jonathan is right. Okay, so Jonathan points out another point that made us nervous. The HR demanding the keys back seems like a weird detail to include when he could have just said he was fired. Yes, you're absolutely right. So I was thinking along those same lines. This looks like a pretty young guy. But could it have been the son and not the driver? To believe that, what would you have to believe? You'd have to believe that the son was staying in the hotel with the mother while he was also at the bar. That makes no sense. It can't be the son in this car because we see the mother checking in. She's there at like 11:30 whenever they checked in, when we've got photos of the son at the bar. So that can't be the son driving the car. And if it's not the son driving the car, there's no one else for it to be. I think it's just... we'll talk about this. I agree with you, Jonathan, that it's a little uncomfortable that they demand the keys back, but I think the explanation for that is that it's not his car that he's driving him around in. I don't know. That could be a mistake too, but that it definitely is another uncomfortable part. Okay, so I've got some options for us here. When we're ready to solve it, we can go here. But now we could go and get hints and see. We already know how we're going to answer, right? We're going to answer that it's the wife with the help of the driver. Yes, that's still our best guess. Yes, Jonathan? Yeah, I wish we could discern what was in the photo at the hotel, but however you cut it, it's got to be it's either nothing or it's the stuff they used to burn down the place. So I'm thinking that suspect's motive proofs. I think we're ready to answer it, but I think let's go to this hints and see if the hints will talk us out of any of our guesses. So idventure.de hints episode 1. So I think we're going to go to the hints and see if we can get talked out of any of our guesses. Okay. Wow, look at all these hints. So time of the fire, answer. GPS tracker, answer. Football fan club, and so there's clues and then it gives you the answer. Injections gives you the answer. Letter gives you the answer. All right, well, I don't know. This is very interesting. Sorry, let me show you what this is. So it looks like for all these different topics, you've got like a couple hints and then it reveals what you should have figured out with it. We recommend checking information on the sport in the order suggested below. So the question is, should we try to answer the puzzle and then look at these hints? Or should we look at these? Okay. Like, I want to just try to answer it, but the case I've been making for all these games is that you figure it out, and then if there's a way to stop you from making a mistake, it should give you one. So that's what this is. So we're going to walk through these. And we're going to see, before we do these, so time of the fire. We know from that photo what the time of the fire was. Jonathan, are you with me on this? You ready to go through these? Time of the fire around 11:45, or at least it burned into 11:45. That seems to be confirmed with the hotel. If we knew where the hotel was, we could see how long it would take them to get there and back, but I still think it all makes sense. I'd love to get confirmation. They're checking in their hotel, looks like after the fire at 11:41 or before the fire, I don't know. Oh, where did they check in? Let's see. Where did they check in? So they go for their appointment, which is to start the fire. So they check in at 11:35 and here it is 11:41. So maybe they check in and then they go start the fire. All right, I'm ready. Let's see the hints. Time of fire. Please enter the password show hint. I guess it's telling us we have to type show hint before it'll give it to us. Okay. Combine 3 pieces of evidence which will clearly point to the time the fire occurred. So the photo on the clock, we've got the GPS driver, we know when he took the photo. Is there information we know ahead of time? I'm a little unsure what 3 pieces of information. I have to do this for each one. By combining the information from the photograph with Joseph Bremer, the burned clock, and the police report, we can conclude that the fire occurred around 11:50. Okay, that matches with us. We found the clock 11:45. Seems like the fire had to be a little bit before 11:50 if the clock is burned up at 11:45, but okay. GPS tracker. This is the part this is one where we were a little confused about our guy driving. with his GPS longitude and latitude. Oh boy, it's just a mess here, huh? Where's our guy's GPS? Oh, here, Carl. Okay, let's see. We're going to have to do this each time, huh? Okay. Check GPS tracking and location of the driver at the time of the fire. Right, okay. Well, at 11:50, I guess we should know this. He's driving. Well, we already calculated that. He's in his car. He's in his car all the way up until midnight. We know that. The location of the house is present on another map. Yes, we know all that. Oh, GPS tracking answer. If you combine two maps, you'll see that Carl only reached the location at 4 past midnight, which is after the fire occurred. He has an alibi. Okay, we knew that, so we got that correct. We knew that. So that's all it had to tell. We didn't need to know the more details. We just know that he stopped at the fire past midnight. Okay, football club. We think all of these are just going to tell us that the two brothers are in jail. Analyze the list of members, the relation to two of our suspects. Yeah. Yeah. You can read this, right? It says they're members of the newspaper article, which is what we knew. And this is going to tell us they're locked up. Were arrested and served 15 days sentence, so they couldn't be at their location. Okay? So far we're right on track. Okay, matches. What do you think matches refer? Oh, the matches. Oh, the matches are Lucas. Well, that's interesting. There was one match missing. Maybe? All right, so this could be our first place where we could have gone on the wrong track. Check the website with some matches. All right, we did that. Check the time of the photos in his friends in the club itself. That's his Facebook photos. We did that. Match the time of the photos with the duration needed to reach the house from the club. Well, we did that. And it was a 6-minute drive, so I think he could have had time almost, but we still thought it wasn't him. 11:40 and 12 a.m. Time required to reach the house is 6 minutes, plus time for the arson. Lucas would not be able to make it in such short time. All right, well, that's the same thing we concluded. That even if he could get there in 6 minutes, he wouldn't have time to do everything. Okay, so far, all good. Injections. Okay, this is where we're going to get Walter's alibi. Okay, let's see. The filled out treatment plan will look like the following. Okay, look, there are his note. Someone's writing these notes just like I was writing these notes. Okay, so it's the same exact thing. It's just very convoluted. So look, 11 o'clock. That's exactly what I said. It would have been 11 o'clock when he took it. So this is going to tell us that he would have been asleep from his... Check the complaint. Yeah, all those scribbles. Jonathan says, love the picture for the medicine chart. Yeah, all the scribbles and mistakes. Okay. According to the treatment plan, he was given a strong tranquilizer, matching it with his complaint that he sleeps at least 2 hours. He could not make it an arson. Okay. We're going to have to talk about that one, but that was insanity. The idea that someone could be given a medicine that had to be taken like according every hour later each day, and then to pause, that's ridiculous. No one would leave the hospital with such a drug. They would say, nope, I'm not taking that. Okay, the letter. From the letter, you can see that Alma Preuss had an affair with Joseph. She sent you proof. Where was the letter sent from? Okay. Okay. You check the newspaper for Mallorca. Yes, all good so far. Flights were canceled. Alma could not leave the island, could not commit the arson. Okay, good. We got that right, too. That's her airplane and newspaper. All right, so far, so good. So far, so good. Hotel. All right, this is going to be interesting. check out the registration of visitors. This was one of the more enjoyable parts of the case when we noticed it was Harry Potter. Look at the visual look of the visitors. Yeah, we spotted her dress. Harry Potter. Dressed somewhere in the kid's drawing. Yep. The man in the picture is dressed similar to the man filling the fuel at the fuel station. Yep. Okay. It seems that Joseph's driver has an affair with Joseph's wife, but at the time of the arson, they were together in the hotel room. All right, now we got to stop. Because now it's telling us that they were in the hotel room during the arson. So it's telling us it's not them. Okay, so if that's true, then it was an accidental death. He planned to burn the place down to collect the money and he just passed out. I mean, if we're supposed to believe that he was just filling up his gas and they're in there at 11:41, so I guess what we should have done, here's what we should have done. I mean, we're okay now, but what we should have done is found this hotel and seen how far away it was. Because if the hotel is hours away, it's just, this is where we ran into map frustrations, right? Because when we, yeah, it sure does. When we saw this hotel, we just assumed they got there a little bit after. Yeah, I mean, they checked in at 10:35, 11:35. Okay. So I guess it's trying to tell us that they didn't leave the hotel. We thought they checked in and then burned the place down. Maybe she just smelled like gas because the guy was pumping gas. Well, I mean, when we saw this timeline of 11:40 at them at the hotel, that just seemed like, well, they must be nearby and they're meeting up to hide out after the fire. But perhaps if we had looked it up on a map, we would guess that the hotel is too far away. Where is, okay, so actually it does seem to say Tieffels. Tieffels, Germany. So maybe the hotel really is quite far away, but Teffels doesn't even look up. Tieffel. Could he have, maybe it was just the driver, could he have done it then gone to the hotel? Interesting. Well, let's go back to our hints. I think we're going through the hints now. Joseph's driver had an affair with Joseph's wife, but at the time of the arson, they were together in the hotel room. That's a little frustrating to say at the time of the arson they were together. Like, why couldn't they just go there right after the arson? It seems like it's saying they have an alibi. It's interesting, though, that the website is not saying what it said on the other hints, like, therefore it wasn't them. It's not saying they have an alibi like the other hints said. All right, let's continue on. Check the notebook with the encryption. You will get that Joseph canceled his trip with Alma as he had his wedding night. Yeah, that was pretty cool. The wedding day is the key. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Check the link in the notebook. Yep. Okay, here we go. The insurance documents on the website clearly indicate that Bremer was insured against fire and could claim insurance benefits in such a case. Okay. Look closely at the medical report. Reports, one or more reports. All right, let's see what this last thing says. His medical reports indicate that he was suffering from an iron deficiency anemia. He did not know that, as the analysis results did not arrive until after his death. We know all that. Anemia patient can lose consciousness in case of an insufficient oxygen concentration in the air. All this indicates that Joseph, being sensitive to the oxygen concentration, fainted during the fire, remained unconscious, and died. All of the characters in this story had different motives for this crime, but only Joseph had no alibi and apparently tried to set his own house on fire to claim the insurance money so he could pay his debts, but underestimated the severity of his illness, lost consciousness, and subsequently died in the fire. So the fire victim is the arson criminal. Okay, well, that was our fallback answer. And I'm not bothered terribly by that. Yeah, why did the driver fill up the extra canister of fuel? Okay, so let's put in the answer and see what it actually tells you when you put in answer. So, let's see. ID Venture. .de. idventure.de / answer episode 1. Let's see what it wants. Okay, name of the offender, the forename and surname. So it wanted us to type, should we type in the right answer, or should we see what happens if we type in the wrong answer? I guess we're going to type in the right answer. Joseph Bremer. You gave the wrong answer. All right, hold on. What was his name? Joseph Bremer. Okay. Joseph. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Joseph Bremer. Joseph Bremer in caps. Yeah, okay. Congratulations, you've cleared up the criminal case and found the real criminal. Justice was served. Below you can see all the details of the case. Please don't read this page if you didn't finish the game. Joseph Bremer, age unknown, businessman, owner of a company, father of 3 children, has a wife and a lover. That's not... Oh, yeah. Carl Notebeck, 30 years old, freelance journalist. Drove past their home when it was burning, took a few pictures, called the fire department, drove away. He did the stuff with the zoo. The suspects, according to Carl, Alma, 26-year-old, his lover, promised her to divorce his wife, but he did not. The two had a heated argument. Frida warned they were having an affair. She went to her mother's, taking her child with her. Heinrich Katz, 45-year-old, Joseph's driver, who conscientiously worked for his boss 20 years. Exemplary family man and father of many children, Joseph dismissed him unexpectedly without paying him compensation, threw him basically on the street for no apparent reason. Lucas is the son who's upset at the father. The brothers, he owes money. Time of the fire, okay. 11:50, the fire started in the kitchen stove, and the clock hung over the stove. It could therefore be concluded that the fire started at 11:50. So it's saying that because the fire started in the kitchen, it should have started and immediately killed that clock. Jonathan says, I do appreciate this thorough explanation. I do appreciate it too, but this is a little illogical to me. It seems quite feasible that the fire was started in a small way, 20 minutes before this and only destroyed the clock after 20 minutes. Okay, but let's see. So this diagram here shows us that Carl only stopped at midnight at the fire, so that it can't be Carl. It's obvious Carl should have been with somewhere else. Lucas's son, this is telling us it would take him 6 minutes to get there, but his photographs show that he didn't have time. There's his photographs right near the time. Okay, we got that. Then we've got Walter Siver's crazy schedule would have him asleep. Okay, then we've got the two Fishers. Boy, this is a nice, long, detailed explanation. The Fishers are in jail. Then we've got how the wife was stuck in Barcelona, or Palma de Mallorca. Okay, now, here's the part that threw us a little bit. Heinrich Katz and Frida. The video surveillance shows a car and a man pouring the gas into a canister. The data from the police database indicate that the license plate belongs to the car's driver shown in the photos. The photo of the gas station shows Heinrich Katz putting gas into a canister, and that's unrelated to the fire. That's just like it just mentions it like, no big deal. That's what he was doing on that night, filling his canister with gas, as you are wont to do. Okay, the daughter says that the mother went, hooked up with the person, signed it with Harry Potter names. Now it becomes obvious why Bremer dismissed his driver without giving an explanation. It's because they have an affair, but now they have an alibi. Because they're at their hotel at 11:35. All right. Then we decrypted the key and found the insurance, which we know he did on the day. Okay, so we know he took the insurance so he could claim for the fire. And then this is his medical report. It just says his medical reports indicate he was suffering from an iron deficiency. He did not know that, as the analysis did not arrive until after his death. An anemia patient can lose consciousness in case of insufficient oxygen. So it's basically saying that he was starting the fire himself, and that's why he fainted during the fire. Only Joseph had no alibi and apparently tried to set his own house on fire to claim the insurance money. Case is closed. Okay. Let's start at the end and talk about that solution. I do appreciate that we got that chance to look at the hints. I mean, if we had guessed the wife and the game had said, no, you're wrong, guess again, we would have guessed the husband, I believe. That was the only natural thing for us. That was our sort of backup plan based on that insurance policy. The insurance policy was the one thing that was pushing us towards thinking that the guy wanted to start that fire himself. As Jonathan said, like having that nice long solution with pictures was quite nice to have. I feel a little bit unhappy about once we put together the wife was having an affair with the driver and the driver is filling up a petrol canister earlier in the evening. So I would have liked it better if the wife and the driver did the murder and bought the insurance. And I think when I play these games, sometimes what I do is I say, if my story is just as plausible or more plausible, then I'm okay with that. And I do think like we can come up with an alternate story where the wife knows about the insurance policy and decides she's going to kill him and collect it, and they've got time. They're seen at the hotel at 11:35. I guess in fairness, they're seen at right. They're seen on the hotel. Well, I mean, look, they're seen checking into their hotel room at 11:41. Right? We're told the fire starts at 11:50. Did they leave and go start the fire? Did they start the fire before they checked in? Like, I don't know why we couldn't think they went to the hotel, planned the murder, and then went and started it and have time. The only thing that would really make that implausible is if the hotel is too far away, like if it's a 2-hour drive. But the answer to the story didn't even say that, and we couldn't find this location of this hotel on Google Maps or on the map. So I'm not 100% thrilled with the explanation, but I'm with the correct answer. But it's close enough, and I think our answer was reasonably good too. And we did find the insurance policy, and we did identify that it was sort of suspicious that he would have set it up. It's just we came up with an alternate explanation. Now, I think the game should have done better if this timestamp was supposed to make the wife to rule her out. If this was the one piece of evidence that was supposed to rule out both of them, it should have been a more ironclad alibi. Like, with everything pointing to them, it should have been a more ironclad alibi. Like, we should have seen them in that hotel for a 3-hour block. And, I mean, I do think that's a lesson for a game. If this is supposed to tell you, like, getting the timeline of that fire down to the minute so that these alibis are completely cover that time, you have to do a little bit better than that. But in this case, I'll forgive it. Now, another piece of, if we look at the different evidence, there's lots of very cool stuff with the evidence. I would say this one was there are two misfires I found in the evidence. One was this neighbor Walter's ridiculous medicine as his alibi. That was totally insane, and I liked Jonathan's theory that he was sleepwalking. But that ridiculous timeline for the medicine, I mean, all you'd have to do is say that he decided not to take it and it wouldn't count. It was silly. There should have been a better way to do that. The other thing that felt really off was this medical report about his anemia. Like, there had to be a better way to do it than this, and something less confusing than having this report being taken on the 23rd of May, the same day he's talking to this woman about traveling to away with his mistress. Like, that was just weird, and it seemed like a real stretch. Like, both of the medical things in this game felt a little far-fetched and weird. Some of the evidence stuff was very cool, though. Like, it was making those multiple jumps to stuff, like going from the car registry to the name to the photo, going from the picture that the daughter drew to identifying what the mother was wearing, to identifying the hotel sign-in fake name. Those were really satisfying. Those little pieces where you sort of make these occasional like aha moments. And the cipher was involved enough and like spread out in different components that it was quite satisfying to go from the notebook to the piece of paper cipher to the website, and then the website needed a password, and the password was the date of the wedding, and we could only get that by decoding the SMS message. Like, those were very enjoyable. And the several little aha moments where the clock, matching up the clock in the both pictures so we know who the guy was, what he looked like. And yeah, so, and all the different pieces of evidence be feeling so real and different, and just like all the detail, the attention to detail that went into making the medical receipt look like a medical receipt. All of the signatures, the writing, the notes being done in colored ink, colored pen, just felt really like all the extra effort. Imagine you're pitching this game and you say, okay, we want this piece to be in a full crumpled up little plastic envelope. I mean, the willingness to go that extra effort to make these things feel real. The little piece of metal buckle from his bracelet that was stuck in the sealed envelope, right? This thing that was sent by the mistress that we can match up with the photo. Just lots of little details like that that were so enjoyable. And I did just really appreciate the immersion in this world and all of the attention to detail that went in having all these different signatures and handwritten stuff. I mean, some real love and care went into making this game. And I mean, the story, it was interesting that we've just, it's not usual for these detective games to be like, here are 8 suspects and they'll rule them out for their alibis and their motives. But it is interesting that I just played a game like that called Suspects, which is all based around this conceit of having a whole bunch of people who were suspects. And had a motive to kill it. But I'll tell you what was a little more believable. And so this game set up all these different alibis, all these different suspects, right? But there was something believable about this all, see if you agree with me, about this all happening within this like 1 week span, because it sort of made sense that this guy's life is coming apart. Like, he's saying no to his mistress, but then his mistress is threatening his wife, which is precipitating the wife leaving and him in desperate straits to get out of this debt. These people want to kill him for a debt, but that's the reason why he's having to burn down his house. So it's not a coincidence that these brothers are trying to kill him or have a motive for killing him, and that he gets killed and his house got burned down, because that's why he's trying to burn down his house, to get the money to pay off them. So that's not really a coincidence. And the wife having a motive and the driver having a motive makes sense because they're both tied together having this affair, and that's why he fired him, and that's why, and maybe the reason the wife tells him that she's having an affair, although the game doesn't tell us this, is because she's got this letter from this mistress. And maybe the reason why he's not going off with the mistress is because his life's falling apart and he has to stay home to burn down his place. So it kind of felt a little less of a completely random coincidences and more like you're in this week of this guy's life coming apart at the seams. I wish it had stressed that there was no way there could have been any timer fused with the fire. Well, Jonathan, we're on the same page with like the timing alibi was a little too pat Like, if you want us to believe that alibis are ruled out for, like, because they're within a 10-minute span, they're in the hotel, you had to do a little bit better about telling us when the fire started and all that. Like, the clock melted at 11:45. We know the fire had to happen before then, but there could be a range. There could be, fuse, or someone turned on the gas on the oven and had a fire going in another room, and only when the place filled up with smoke, with gas, did it light up. So yeah, something a little better. But still, like, close enough for me. Like, I've gotten some of these things wrong. We've played these missions where we've just totally missed big, important parts according to the game that didn't seem fair. And this one seemed reasonable. I like the story better with the wife killing him. And think of it this way. Don't take the game's word for it. One legal explanation that the police might settle on is that he tried to start that fire himself for the insurance money, and he just passed out. But another possibility that maybe we believe in is that the wife and the driver went in there, poured gasoline, smothered him, set a little fuse, set a little piece of paper that would burn down in 10 minutes, and then got themselves to the hotel. So I'm okay disagreeing with the game that happened. That's a little more pleasing, and they got away with it in our story. They got away with it. Otherwise, where did this guy get the fuel to light his house? We don't know that. We didn't track him down. We didn't. Anyway, I think the wife did it. I'm okay with that. The wife and the driver did it and got away with it due to sloppy German police work. Yeah. Jonathan says, overall, I agree it was a very good game. Well, I'm glad, Jonathan, that it sort of came through. I was worried with all this physical evidence that it wouldn't quite come through, and I've made a mess. But I have to say, the real joy of this game was this physical evidence. And this is the second game this year that we've played. Vienna Connection was another one where the pleasure of going through all of these documents, and this game really made these documents feel real. This little note that the daughter wrote, like, boy, the pleasure of going through these documents and catching little interesting points in them, even when it doesn't work 100% perfectly, there is such a joy out of seeing and working with these real documents. And I just want to, you have to imagine the designers of this game had to fight a little bit with the manufacturer to convince them that it was worth putting these pieces in it and going through all the trouble of making these everything color with the signatures and the handwriting. And it made a difference, like the immersiveness of working with these little pieces of evidence and notes and that envelope. It just made it such an enjoyable, enthralling experience to feel like you're working with real stuff. Like, I felt I was working with real documents, real security camera footage. And I liked the stuff that we couldn't tell. Like, I will, Jonathan says, if playing in a group, I would be a little worried that everyone would be playing a little more in parallel than together. Each person might focus on one suspect's documents. Yeah. I will say, like, it's interesting when you play these games, you come down on different sides of things, whether you think certain things were fair and unfair. And I think both Jonathan and I felt like the timeline alibis were a little unfair regarding the wife and the driver and the fixed time of the fire. But one thing where Jonathan and I might disagree about a little is, like, I think, well, the fact that the game says the driver wasn't the murderer makes it a little more upsetting about the letter. So the driver got fired, and he talks about how he had to return his keys. What happened? I got an explanation. I got an notice, caught me at work, and forced me to return the car permit and the keys. He stripped me of those without saying a word. Now, when Jonathan found this and pointed it out, like it really caused us to pause. Like, why would the designers be telling us that he had to hand in his keys? Because then it made us really doubt ourselves that was him driving that car and in the hotel with the wife. Why does it say that he gave the keys? And this, I think the conclusion has to be that it was a purposeful red herring, that he gave in the keys for the work car, but not the car that was registered to him. And whether you think that's fair or not, this is sort of a judgment call. I mean, I guess I felt like there was enough evidence that it was him that I treated that as a red herring. So I was okay with that little misleading paragraph. Although the fact that the driver wasn't involved makes me wonder, like, why would you do that? Why would you go through the effort of making this very weird phrased clue that's supposed to draw attention away from him being the driver or being the driver, but then it's sort of irrelevant because whoever it was didn't do it, whether it was the driver or not. So why is that trying to distract you from thinking it's the driver if it doesn't matter? And then you might say, in general, if you were writing a story, it's a little bit disappointing that there was no murderer, that he just accidentally killed himself. I would say also, like, again, in the category of things like, if this is what you mean people to take, then you should make that information clear. Like, we found that insurance policy, and I wasn't 100% sure whether he really took it out on himself, and it might have been nice to just hammer that home a little bit. Jonathan says, I do think I enjoy the group decision element of Detective Vienna Chronicles. Ties everyone a little more together. Yeah, it's hard to know how a group would handle this game. I mean, a group could split off and look at different... You've got all of these evidence all at once, so you could definitely split off if you're a group and say, you look at Walter, you look at Lucas, right? I mean, you could split this evidence in that way. You do the cipher, and that might be interesting to have each person be like, well, it can't be my person, and here's why. It can't be my person, here's why. But satisfying, very satisfying story and very satisfying system. Like, not just, Jonathan, it wasn't just that the answer had this really long, nice description of the case, but those hints were pretty well done too. Like, it really it was gatekeeping each little piece of information, so you didn't get information you weren't ready for, and it did sort of catch us a little bit from making a mistake. I do think it's a little odd, like in the other cases where we've made a mistake, when we read the solution, it's like, you missed that this thing you should have caught. Here it's basically like, you didn't miss anything. It's just, we think the time was too short for the wife and the driver to do it. Jonathan says, there was a kind of weird level of ambiguity at the end for me. Maybe a few too many affairs. Keys were a bit weird. It was also a bit weird when I realized the medicine from the neighbor. Yeah, I agree. There were some little things, but I mean, you can't expect perfection, and I do think this was overall a very positive experience playing this game. And I'm really ready to play the other two. So yeah, but so not just the system of, in the end, giving you this nice story, but also the hints were, I think, well done. And the use of the website was nice too. Like it was just a little bit. It was this Facebook page and his hidden document, but the effort that went into the realism of having him have a real Facebook page with the photographs, with the timestamps, like, it was very satisfying to figure things out, even when they weren't that complicated. Like, there were lots of little moments where, like, oh, does the photo have timestamp? Yes. Like, there was lots of little moments like that. Going forward, I focus on the main alibi mechanic in future games from these developers. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it did give us that sheet. So it was giving us a sheet telling us suspect motive, proof, alibi. But this does get to one of these things that happens a lot in this game. If you've got this thing like, you're like, the fire started around 11:50. If the game doesn't say, hey, stop, trust me, the fire started at 11:50, it's very hard not to let your mind consider scenarios where the fire was started earlier and just had a fuse, a delay. You know, it just seems like there could be lots of ways that you could have an alternate version of the timeline that would be consistent with one thing or another. And if you really want the timeline to alibi people, you have to, as a designer, be a little more clear about when it had to have started. And just as an example, like, we know these guys are there at 11:41, but we don't know that they haven't left the hotel room. This is all we're given. No one told us there aren't more photos of them leaving. No one told us that the only thing that I would punish us would be if the hotel was too far away. But the solution didn't say, and you should have known they couldn't get there in time because they're 2 hours away. But that would have been a good idea. There was a little bit of frustration with the maps. There's a little bit of frustration with the longitude and latitude of not being able to find on OpenStreetMaps and Google Maps that location. And I don't know if that was a thing because it's Germany and I'm in the US, or a failure in using maps well, which I probably am guilty of. Any other thoughts, Jonathan? I'm really anxious to play the next case, the Antarctic case. I mean, is it going to be full of such interesting things like this? That Antarctic gives me a little vibe of like The Thing, like lost in on an outpost in the middle of nowhere. This keeping track of each person didn't feel like we needed to refer to this stuff, really. We could have kept it all in our mind. Jonathan says, I think the parts where it was linking evidence was more fun than the central puzzles like the medicine timeline. Yes, or the cipher. Yes, I think you have a fair point. Like, those couple details, like the timeline, that you had to work through the timeline to get it right, and it seemed so prone to error. That was not fun. I will say the cipher is probably a good example of something that really is not fun to watch, but was a little more fun to go through. It was work, but it felt like it had a reward, and it was like it gave us the wedding date. Like, it was cool. It had a chain of things. Like, it gave us a little bit of information that gave us another little bit of information, and that sort of chain was quite rewarding. So doing the work to do the cipher from my standpoint off camera felt enjoyable. But yeah, that's something that might be painful to sit through. And if you were 4 players, it might be painful to sit through it, just waiting for the other person to solve it. But again, that could be something that if one person did, would be interesting. 5:30. We've been playing a little over 6 hours. It was very clever with the SMS message being misciphered, leading to the web page, wanting the wedding date, figuring out the wedding date was the day after the SMS messages. It was nice also because all of the documents had information you would expect. That was cool, like the dates on everything. We were piecing together the dates. The dates were sort of manageable. It all happened within a week. It wasn't too crazy. And it was a good balance of information that we could sort of keep in head. Jonathan says I was good at spotting clues in the photos. Well, yeah, I mean, I did spot a couple, but that's the difference between having them here in front of you and having to look at them through a screen. So there's definitely something lost in having to watch it through a screen. But again, Jonathan, I really appreciate you joining me for this. It makes it a lot more enjoyable, and saved me. You did spot some things. I do like our answer better, that the wife has gotten away with murder. Anyone else want to jump in here at the end? I wonder if I set up a different thing. I don't know if anyone, I set up another screen over here so I could make sure it's streaming successfully. Everything looks like it's working fine. It's interesting thinking about from a mechanical standpoint. They gave you this newspaper and they circled the stories that were relevant. And I wonder, it's sort of tricky. It's like you don't know whether, like, there's no sheet saying, hey, trust us, you don't have to worry about the articles that aren't related to your case, that aren't circled. So we sort of had to look at them. But here's another example of a smart designer. Like, most of those articles that weren't relevant for a case were sort of international stories that didn't have many names in them. So, like, even if we weren't sure, we were pretty sure that this is not related to our case. There's no international mystery government part of this story. So that helped us rule out most of that newspaper. Jonathan says, does this make you more interested in ARGs, alternate reality games? I've not heard that term before. It does make me a little more interested in some of these subscription box games, if that's what you're talking about, like Hunt a Killer and those similar boxes that have pieces of evidence. And I was thinking, like, where do you put this game? Is this game firmly in that camp? And, like, this is the kind of stuff that you find often in those kinds of games. But I have not played many of them, or maybe not any of them. I've seen a bit, and I've looked at some of the Hunt a Killer stuff. And I get the distinct impression that if you, on the far end of that spectrum is the Hunt a Killer games where like half of the evidence in the box is just mementos. They're not dense documents. There are some, but they're more like, here's all this cool stuff you can hold and feel like you're holding evidence from the crime scene that give you the immersive feel, but that don't really require you to figure out. And this game felt like it was really heavy on all of these documents to sift through and go through. And I get the feeling that most of these games like Hunt a Killer are not aiming for that audience. They're not aiming for the audience of really dig through all of these dense documents and look and do lots of reading. And this is the scale, this is the side of the scale that I want to be on. Like these are fun. The matchbook, okay, that's cool. The bracelet piece, that's cool, but that is not the part that excites me. It's the documents that look like realistic medical reports and letters and crime scene photos that have information. So any other games that are heavy on this, I would very much want to play. And I don't think you can have too much of this for me. I'm ready to read the 200-page transcript from a lawsuit to look for interesting information. Having those physical documents are nice. And it was nice, as Jonathan suggested in the beginning, that we sort by suspect. And it was nice that we could do that. So it was like manageable. And it was nice to be able to compartmentalize and stuff. Say, okay, here's all the evidence for this guy, and here's where his alibi checks out and all that. I definitely will play the Antarctic one and probably try to order that Still Lake one that can only be purchased in England. I'm just impressed by how much work went into preparing these documents. They could have done better with that Walter, with his medicine. It's just insanity. Insanity that his medicine was 1 hour further each day, has to be strict. Jonathan says, might be worth looking at the Black Watchman on Steam. I have never heard of it. I have no idea what that is. Jonathan, what's your time schedule? Are you on US time with me, staying up all night? Do you keep night hours? I keep thinking the only people who can watch these streams will be people in Europe. Or up during the day. It's kind of ironic if the only person sitting with me through these streams is also staying up overnight. Currently a night owl. Okay, so Jonathan and I are up all night in the U.S. What else is there to update? I recorded recently. I'll just give you some updates on channel stuff. Jonathan, you can. I appreciate you joining me. Do not feel like you have to stay for any of this, and that goes for all of these playthroughs. Like, it's really fun having you here. And it makes it more enjoyable for me, but don't feel like the pressure to come in for these. If you're enjoying it, come. If you need to take a break, or if you're, no obligation. I'll just wrap up in these last couple of minutes before I sign off and say that I did finish recording this weekend 5 videos, little tutorials of the Adobe Premiere extensions that I wrote to help me do editing for the channel. And I think they might be useful to other board game creators. And those will be open source before the end of the year, and I'll probably start putting those videos out on the channel in the next weeks or so. And I may do a couple behind the scenes videos of just showing the hardware set up for live streaming and for recording and editing. I don't know how long the channel will keep going, but it'd be nice to sort of get all of that done so we have a sort of complete picture of the channel. What else is worth talking about? Usually Zachary Brown comes in. I wanted him to come in and I wanted Zachary Brown to tell us the name of his cousin so his cousin could get credit for the music. But I'll have to add that later. What else? Jonathan says, it's interesting thinking if the puzzles were balanced to take around the same amount of time. Should the cipher take about the same amount of time as the medicine schedule? Yeah, I don't know. Boy, that medicine. That was bizarre. It was, we were like, all right, this is going to give him an alibi. So do we really have to, like, we knew enough to know it was going to give him an alibi. Do we really need to work it out? And I kind of worked it out, but I mean, how ironic would it be if it was like, hey, if you worked out all this schedule, it wouldn't give him an alibi. It doesn't matter. We weren't going to accuse Walter anyway, so. I do think we were too hasty. I think this, like, it's weird that the game explanation doesn't mention this, but if you were watching this video as a playtest of this game before it came out, and you saw me think that it was the wife and the driver, right? What you could do to solve that very easily is say, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put him here at 11:41. But to make it clear to a good investigator that they could not have in any way done the fire, we're going to put this hotel 5 hours away by car. And have this woman have driven like all night to meet up with her driver who lives in another city. And in fairness, we did not try to locate this hotel. And it does look like it's in a different place. But I couldn't find it. When I did look it up after we were looking at hints, I couldn't locate that. But that would have been like a little painful moment if I had seen, if the explanation said it wasn't the time, the 10-minute time that meant she couldn't do it. It was that she was far too far away to have been able to do it. Then it would have hurt a little bit that we didn't check the address, and assuming that the address could have been found on the maps. Jonathan says, I would have also preferred a picture ID of the driver. Would lose the car database clue, but the cars were part of the ambiguity for me. Yeah, because that key, that paragraph about how they took his key away, that really caused you to have doubts that it was the driver. Yeah, I'm not. They didn't need that paragraph. If they hadn't have that paragraph, how his key was taken, I don't think we would have paused about that. It was that one paragraph that threw us, and it's hard to see why. What does that get you? As a designer, what does it get you to have that paragraph confusing the players about how he could be driving that car? I sometimes think, I've mentioned this before, but whenever this kind of thing happens, I always think back to the story about how they took some of the Sherlock Holmes cases, and when they translate them or when they made the revised edition, they changed the murderer. The point being that the nature of these games makes everyone almost the murderer. Like, you wouldn't have to change much to change who really did it. And it almost makes you feel like you could run this case, you run it through the playtesters, and 80% pick the wife and the driver. And so to make it more challenging, you just keep tweaking it a little bit until, you know, only 40% get the right answer. So like, you tweak things a little bit and you decide, okay, we were going to have the wife be the murderer, but everyone figures that out. So let's just throw one little thing to send them to make that impossible, and one little thing to make the other thing possible. You need to figure out who she's having the affair with. Yes. I mean, this is also, Jonathan, I think this also may reflect having the stuff in person, because for me, the fact that we can just make out his New York Yankees logo, like, this is almost brilliant how subtle it is in this one photo. Like, you probably can't see that, but like, if I really stare at that picture, I can see that there's a little white insignia on his baseball cap. I mean, that is pretty well done. That, like, once you make the connection that that's him, you can prove it. And I do think that's how these games should be. The game should be, when you have a theory, you should be able to verify it or rule it out once you're smart enough to figure it out. And the fact that, like, once we figured out that these were the same people, we could see the insignia on his hat, the shoelaces on his shoes. That is the way these games should work. When you make the connection, you should really be able to convince yourself that is it. And for me, that was it. But you're saying it was not clear that he was the Heinrich Katz's driver, because we didn't have any other way to connect Heinrich Katz to this guy. And I do think that's, you have a point, but maybe that's what the game was after. Maybe the game was trying to tempt us with that key paragraph to think that the son may have been driving the car. Yeah. Jonathan says, seemed like maybe someone was hiding their identity, but I guess maybe the driver was, since it was an affair. Yeah. Okay. Let's wrap it up. And thank Jonathan for joining me. It's, again, a pleasure having you at the table with me, and co-op for two again. Jonathan and I kind of solved the case. I don't know if Jonathan feels the same way as I do, that the wife killed him, got away with it. The wife even fooled the game designers into thinking it was a mistaken suicide, and now she's got the insurance money. So she pulled it off. She got her revenge and she pulled it off. If you're watching this later, I hope it's interesting to see how Jonathan and I played this case differently than you did. To the designers, I had a thoroughly enjoyable experience. Can't wait to play another game. Not 100% perfect, but pretty good, and really fun to go through all these documents. Any game that's like this, I'd like to know about it. I'd like to try it. All right, so that's it. I will see you on the next video. Jonathan, get some sleep. Everyone else, see you next time.